muscle memory.
It's kind of muscle memory. You have a few little trigger, like, and then when it happens, you just watch the arrow and see where it goes. Now with the animal, you try to do it ethically. That is, like, make as good of a shot as you can. Make sure it is either hit in the heart or both lungs. And when that happens, it's a pretty quick death, which is a part of life. But honestly, for a wild animal, it's probably the best way to go they could have. Now, when an animal's kind of walking towards you, if it's walking towards you, but not directly towards you, that's what you call quartering towards you. You can picture it's actually pretty difficult to hit both lungs because the shoulder blade and all that bone is in the way. So you have to make a perfect shot to get them both. And to be honest, when I took my shot, I was a few inches right. And so it went through the first lung, and then it sunk the arrow all the way into the moose. But it didn't take that second lung to stay breathing, which meant the moose stayed alive longer.
What's your relationship with the animal in a situation like that? So
that's an interesting thought, because no matter what your relationship to, however you choose to go through life, whether, whatever you eat, whatever you do, death is a part of life. Like every animal that's out there is living off the dead, even plants, we're all part of this ecosystem. I think it's really easy, particularly in an urban environment, but anywhere, to think that we're separate from the ecosystem. But we are very much a part of it, whether it be, farming requires, all this habitat to be turned into growing soybeans. And then you get the plows and the combines, you're losing all kinds of different animals and all kinds of potential habitat. That's so cost-free. And so when you realize that, then you want to produce the food and the things you need in an ethical manner. So for me, hunting plays a really major role in that. Like, I literally know how many animals a year it takes to feed my family and myself. I actually know the exact number. And it's like, and I know what the cost of that is. And I'm aware of it because I'm out in the woods and I see these beautiful elk and moose. And I really love the species, love the animals. But there's a fact that one of those individuals, is going to have to feed me. And particularly, like, on alone, it was very heightened, that experience. So I shot that one animal, and I was so thankful, that I wanted to give that big guy a hug. And like, hey, sorry it was you, but
so yeah, there's that picture of you just almost hugging it.
Right.
And you can also think about it, the calories, the protein, the fat, all that comes from that.
Right. I'm so grateful for it. But the gratitude is like, definitely there.
What's a bow and arrow?
Well, when you hunt with a bow, you just get so much more up close to the animal. You can't just get it from 600 yards away. You actually have to sneak in within 30 or so yards. And when you do that, the experiences you have are just, they're way more dragged out. So, your heart's beating longer, you have to control your nerves longer. More often than not, it doesn't go your way, and the thing gets away, and you've been hiking around in the woods for a week, and then the opportunity arises, floats away. But at the same time, that's the only time when you really have those interactions with the animals, where you got this bugling bull, staring at the trees right in front of you, and other cow, elk, and animals running around you. You end up having really, there's intimate experiences with the animal, just because you're in it. You're kind of in its world. You're playing its game. It has its senses to defend itself, and you have your wit to try to to get over those. And it really becomes, it's not easy. It becomes kind of that chess game, and those prey animals are always tuned in. It's, light a stick there, or whatever it is. So there's something really pure and fun about it. I will say there's an aspect that is fun. There's no denying it. It's like how we're, people have been hunting forever, and I think it speaks to that part of us somehow. And I think bow hunting is probably the most pure form of it, and that you get those experiences more often with the rifle. So I don't know, I enjoy it a lot, and the way they do regulations and such, kind of the best times to hunt are usually allowed for bow because they're trying to, keep it fair for the animal and such. So
the distance, the close distance, makes you more in touch with sort of the natural way of the predator and prey.
Yeah.
You're one of the predators where you have to be clever, you have to be quiet, you have to be calm, you have to all of that.
Yeah.
And the full challenge and the luck involved. The same thing as the predators do.
Exactly. How many times do they snap a stick and watch them run off and be like, darn, the stock was failed. Or, so yeah, you're in that ecosystem.
How'd you learn to?
Yeah, I didn't grow up hunting. I grew up in the area that a lot of people hunted, but my dad wasn't good, and so I never got into it until I lived in Russia with the natives. It was just such a part of everything we did and a part of our life that when I came back, I got a bow and I started doing archery in Virginia. It was a pretty easy way to hunt because the deer were overpopulated and you could get these urban archery permits. So you could go out and, every couple of days you have an opportunity to shoot a deer that they needed population control. And so there were a lot of them and it gave you a lot of opportunities to learn quickly. So it got me into it, and then I found I really enjoyed it.
Do you practice with a target also, or just practice out?
Oh no, I would definitely practice with a target a lot. Again, you kind of have an obligation to do your best because you don't want to be arrows into like the leg of an animal. And it's a cool way, honestly, to provide quality meat for the family. It's all raised naturally and wild and free until you raise yourself.
If we step back, what are the 10 items you brought, and what's actually the challenge of figuring out which items to bring?
Yeah, the challenge is that you don't exactly know what your site opportunity is going to be. So you don't really know, should I bring a fishing spot and net or not, and things like that. I brought a axe, a saw, a Leatherman wave, arrow rod, like a make sparks, start a fire, a frying pan, a sleeping bag, fishing kit, bow and arrow, trapping wire, and paracord. Those are my 10 items.
Is there any regrets?
No major regrets. I took the saw kind of. I thought it would be more of a calorie saver. Then I didn't really need it. In hindsight, if I was doing season 7 instead of 6 and got to watch, I would have taken the net because I just planned to make a net, but I would have rather just had 2 nets. Brought one and left the saw because northern woods in particular, every tree is the size of your arm or leg. You can chop it down with an axe or a couple swings. Yeah, you don't really need the saw. And so it was handy at times and useful, but I think it was if I had to do 9 items, I would have been just fine without the saw.
So 2 nets would just expand your
food gathering potential.
And then in terms of trapping, you were okay with just the little you brought?
The snare wire was good. I ran some, I used all my snare wire. I ran trap line, which is just a series of traps through the woods and brush. Every place you see sign, put a snare, put a little mark on the tree so I knew where that snare was, and just make these paths through the woods. And I put out, I don't know how many, 150, 200 snares. So every day I'd get a rabbit or 2 out of them. And then I had a lot of rabbits, but once I got the moose, I actually took all those snares down because I didn't want to catch anything needlessly. And you come to find out you can't live off the rabbits. Man cannot live off the rabbit.
So you set up a huge number of traps. You were also fishing, and then always on the lookout for moose.
Yeah.
So, what's in terms of survival? If you were to do it over again, over and over and over and over, how do you maximize your chance of having enough food to survive?
You have to be really adaptable because it's always gonna look different. Your situation, your location. I actually had a what I thought was a pretty good plan going into a loan. Then it just the the location didn't allow for what I thought it would.
What was the plan?
Well, I thought I would just catch a bunch of fish because I'm on a really good fishing lake. I'd catch a whole bunch of fish, and let them rot for a little while, and then just drag them all through the woods into a big pile, and then hunt a bear down that big fish pile.
Yeah.
That was the plan, and I thought, but when I got there, one, I had a hard time catching fish off the bat. They didn't come like I was hoping. And then for two, it had burned prior, so there were no berries, and so there were very few berries, which meant there weren't grouse, there weren't bear, they weren't. They had all gone to other places where the berries were, and so what I had grown accustomed to, kind of relying on in Siberia, wasn't there. So in Russia, which was a similar environment, just grouse and berries, fish, and grouse and berries and fish, and then occasionally you get a moose or something. But I had to reassess, which was part of me being grumpy at the start, like, oh, this sucks. and then once I reassessed, and right away I saw that there were moose tracks and such, so I just started to plan for that. I moved my camp into an area that was as removed as I could be from where all the action is, where the tracks were, so that I wasn't disturbing animal patterns. I made sure the predominant wind, was blowing out my scent to sea, to the water. And then, really, to be honest, if you want to actually survive somewhere, it's different than alone, but you do have to be active, and it has to. You're gonna have to. You're not gonna live. You're not gonna be sustainable by starving. You have to unlock the key that is an ability, and I think there's a lot of areas that still have that potential, but you have to figure out what it is. It's usually going to be a combination of fishing, trapping, and then once some fishing and trapping will get you until you have some success hunting, and then that'll buy you for months of time to continue, and to keep hunting again, and you just have to roll off of that. But every depends on where you are, what opportunities are there.
So that's the process: fishing and trapping until you're successful hunting, and then the successful hunt buys you some more time.
Right.
Just go year round.
And then you just go year round like that, and that's how people did it forever. The pressure was, I noticed that, you got that moose, and then you're happy for a week or so, and then you start to be like, it's finite. I'm going to have to do this again, and you imagine if you had a family that was going to starve if you weren't successful, this next time. There's just always that pressure, and it made me really appreciate what people had to deal with.
Well, in terms of being active, so you have to do stuff all day. Get up, and planning. What am I gonna in the midst of the frustration? You have to figure out this is bad. How do you put up all the traps? Is that a decision? Most people sit at their desk and have a calendar. Are you figuring out
one thing about wilderness life in general is it's remarkably less scheduled. Schedules are fairly unique to the modern context. So you'd wake up and you just you have a confluence of things you want to do, things you need to do, things you should do, and you just kind of tackle them as you see fit as it flows in. So and that's actually one of the things that I really appreciate about that lifestyle, is it really is, you're kind of in that flow. And so I'd wake up and be like, maybe I'll go fishing. And then I'd wander over and fish. And then I'd be like, I'm going to go check the trap line. Every day, if I had 5 or 10 snares, you're constantly adding to your productive potential. And then, but nothing's really scheduled. You're just kind of flying by the seat of your pants.
But then there's a lot of instinct that's already
there's so much. Yeah.
You already wisdom from all the times you had to do it before. You're just actually operating a lot on instinct. Like you said, where to find shelter. How hard is that calculation? Where is shelter?
If you're dropped off, and this is all new to you, of course, all of those things are going to be things you have to really think through and plan. When you're thinking about a shelter, you have to think of, here's a nice flat spot. That's a good place. But also, is there firewood nearby? And if I'm going to be here for months, is there enough firewood that I'm not going to be walking half a mile to get a dry piece of wood? Is the water nearby? Is it somewhat open, but also protected from the elements, because sometimes you get a beautiful spot, and it was great on a calm day, and then the wind comes, and so there's all these factors, even down to taking in what game is doing in the area also, and how that relates to where your shelter is.
You said you have to consider where the action will be. You want to be away from the action, but close enough to it
to see it. Yeah, you want to be right. And so, ideally, it depends. You're always going to make give and takes. And one thing with shelters and location selection and stuff, that's another thing. You just have to trust your ability to adapt in the situation, because everybody has a particular. You got an idea of a shelter you're going to build, but then you get there and maybe there's a good cliff that you can incorporate, and then you just become creative, and that's a really fun process too, to just allow your creativity to try to flourish.
What kind of shelters are there?
There's all kinds of philosophies and shelters, which is fun. It's fun to see things. Mine was fairly basic for the simple reason that I lived, through winters in Siberia in a teepee. So I knew I didn't need anything too robust. As long as I had calories, I'd be warm, and I wasn't particularly worried about the cold. But you'll see. So I kept my shelter really pretty simple, with the idea that I built a simple A-frame type shelter, and then most of my energy is going to focus on getting calories. And then, of course, there's always going to be downtime. And in that downtime, I can modify, improve my shelter. And that'll just be a constant process that by the time you're there a few months, you'll have all the kinks worked out. It'll be really nice. You don't have to start with that necessarily, because you got other needs you got to focus on. That said, you'll see a lot of people on a run that really focus on building a log cabin because they want to be secure, or incorporating whatever the earth has around, rocks, or whether it be digging a hole. And we've seen some really cool shelters, and I'm not knock it. There's all different strokes for different folks, but my particular idea was to keep it fairly simple, improve it, time, but spend most of my energy. With the shelter, you really need to think about it can't be smoke. That'll be miserable. But it is nice to have a fire inside. So you need to have a fire inside that's not going to be dangerous, and smoke-free, and then also airtight. You're going to have a warm shelter out there. Don't have seals and things like that. But as long as the air's not moving through it, you can have a warm enough with a fire and dry your socks and stuff.
How do you get the smoke out of the shelter?
If you have good clay and mud and rock, you can build yourself a fireplace, which is surprisingly not that hard.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's a fun thing to do. It works well. You can take a little hole, start stacking rocks around it, make an opening, and it actually works. Not as hard as you might think. For me, where I was, I kind of came up with it as I was there with my A-frame. I hadn't built a shelter like that before, and so when I built it, and then I put a bunch of tin cans in the ground so that air would get the fire. So it was fed by air, which helps create a draft. But I realized in an A-frame, it really doesn't. The smoke doesn't go out very well, even if you leave a hole at the top. It collects and goes back down. So then I cut some my tarp and made this, and cut a hole in the A-frame, and then I made a hood vent that I could pull down and catch the smoke with. And so while the fire was going, it would just go out the hood vent, and then when it was done burning and it was just hot coals, I could close it, seal it up, and keep the heat in. So it actually worked.
Just start with something that kind of works and then keep improving.
Yeah, exactly.
That was one. The log cabin.
Mm-hmm.
It feels like that's a thing that takes a huge amount of work.
Right. The difference between a log cabin and a warm log cabin is an immense amount of work, and all the chinking and all the door sealing, and the chimney has to be anyway. So otherwise, it's just going to be the same ambient temperatures outside. So I don't think it loans the proper context for a log cabin. I think a log cabin is great as a hunting cabin. As you're gonna have something for years, but in a 3-6 month scenario, I don't know that it's worth the calorie expenditure.
And it is a lot of calories. That's an interesting sort of metaphor of just get something that works. You see a lot of these companies, successful companies, they get a prototype, get a system that's working, and improve fast.
Mm-hmm.
In response to the conditions, to the
mm-hmm.
environment.
Yeah, because it's constantly changing. Yeah.
You end up being a lot better if you're able to learn how to respond quickly versus like having a big plan that takes a huge amount of time to accomplish.
Right. Forcing that through the pipeline, whether or not it fits. Yeah.
Can you just speak to the place you were, the Canadian Arctic? It looked cold.
Yeah, we were right near the Arctic Circle. I don't know, it was like 60 kilometers south of the Arctic Circle. So it's a really cool area, really remote. Everything's a little lakes, you fly over. It's incredible. There must be so many of those lakes that people haven't been to. It really was a neat area, really remote. And for the shows, I think it was perfect because it did have enough game and enough different avenues forward that I think it really did reward activity. So I think, but it's a special place. It was Dene. It was a tribe that lived there, the Dene people. Which, interestingly enough, here's a side note. When I was in Siberia, I floated down this river called the Tunguska, Tunguska, and you get to this village called Sulamai, and there's these Ket people, they're called, and there's only 600 of them left. But this is in the middle of Siberia, not in like the Pacific coast, but their language is related to the Dene people, and so somehow that connection was there thousands of years ago. Super interesting. But,
yeah, so language travels somehow,
right? And the remnants stayed back there. It's very interesting to think through history.
Yeah, within language contains the history of a people. It's interesting how that evolves over time, and how wars tell the story. Like language tells the story of conflict, and conflict shapes language, and we get the result of that.
Right. So fascinating.
And the barriers that language creates is also the thing that leads to wars and misunderstandings and all this. It's a fascinating tension. But it got cold there, right? It got real cold.
Yeah, I think I don't know I didn't have a thermometer. I imagine if I got to negative 30 at the most, like it might have gotten. It would have definitely gotten colder had we stayed longer. But yeah, to be honest, I never felt cold out there. I had that one pretty dialed in. And once you have calories, you stay warm, you stay active, you gotta dress warm. You don't never let. There's a good one if you're in the cold. Never let yourself get too cold, because what happens is you'll stop feeling what's cold, and then frostbite, and then issues, and then it's really hard to warm back up. So it was so annoying. I'd be out going to ice fish or something, and then I would just notice that my feet are cold, and dang it. Just turn around, go back, start a fire, dry my boots out, make sure my feet are warm, and then go again. I wouldn't ignore that.
Oh, so you want to be able to feel it cold.
Yeah, you want to make sure you're still feeling things and that you're not toughing through it, because you really tough through the cold. It'll just get you. So
your relationship with the cold, psychologically, physically.
It's interesting. There's some part of it that really makes you feel alive. I imagine sometime in Austin here, you go out and it's hot and it's sweaty and you get that kind of saps you. There's something about that crisp cold that hits your face. You're like, wakes you up, makes you feel really alive, engaged. It feels like the margins of air are smaller, so you're alert and engaged a little more. There's something that's a little bit life-giving just because you feel on an edge. You're on this edge, but you have to be alert, because even some of the natives I lived with, the lady had face issues because she let her head get cold when they were on a snowmobile. Her hat was up too high, that little mistake, and then it just freezes this part of your forehead, and then the nerves go, and then you got issues when the hat wasn't high enough. So you kind of got to be dialed in on stuff.
Well, there's a psychological element to just, it's unpleasant. If I were to think of what kind of unpleasant would I choose, fasting for long periods of time, going without food in a warm environment is way more pleasant than exactly. Like if you were to choose,
I would choose the opposite.
Oh yeah, okay. Well, there you go. I wonder if you're born with that, or if that's developed. Maybe your time in Siberia, like you. Or do you gravitate towards it? I wonder what that is, because I really don't like survival on the cold.
I think a little bit of it is learned. You almost learn not. You learn not to fear it. You learn to kind of appreciate it. And a big part of that is, I mean, to be honest, it's like dressing warm, being in good. It's not that, there's no secrets to that. You just can't beat the cold. So you just need to dress warm. You need, all that fur, all that stuff. And then all of a sudden you have your little refuge, have a nice warm fire going in your teepee, and then I bet you could learn to appreciate it.
Yeah, I think some of it is just opening yourself up to the possibility there's something enjoyable about it. Like here, and I run in Austin all the time in like 100-degree heat, and I go out there with a smile on my face and learn to enjoy it.
Oh yeah.
And so you just like, I look kind of like you do in the cold. I don't think I enjoy the heat, but you just allow yourself to.
Yeah. I do feel that way. I mean, I don't mind the heat that much, but I think you could get to a place where you appreciate the cold. It's probably just a lack of. It's kind of scary when you haven't done it and you don't know what you're doing. And you go out and you feel cold. It's like not fun, but I bet you could enjoy that.
100%. I mean, you're right. It does make you feel alive. That it like maybe that's the thing that I struggle with is the time passes slower because it does make you feel alive. You get to feel time, but then the flip side of that is you get to feel every moment and you get to feel alive in every moment.
Right.
So it's both scary when you're inexperienced and beautiful when you are experienced. Were there times when you got hungry?
I got shot a rabbit on day one, and I snared the rabbits on day two, and then more and more as time went. So I actually did pretty well on the food front. The other thing is when you have all those berries around and stuff, you do have an ability to like fill your stomach, and so you don't really notice if you're getting thinner or if you're losing weight. So I can say, on alone, I was not that hungry. I've definitely been really hungry in Russia. There were times when I lost a lot of weight. I mean, I lost a lot more weight in Siberia than I did.
Oh, wow. Okay, we'll have to talk about it. So you caught a fish. Caught a couple.
I think I caught like 13 or so. They didn't a lot of stuff.
You caught
13 of those big fish. Well, I caught a couple that were small.
This is like a meme at this point.
Yeah, it was.
You're a perfect example of a person who was thriving.
I thought, this is in the hindsight. Like when I was out there, I never let myself think you might win. I just was out there as long as I could and tried to. But I remember a thought that I was like, I wonder if they'll make this look hard. I did have that thought at one point, and we did pretty well. And I was definitely it was hard psychologically because I didn't know when it was going to end. Like I thought this could go, like I said, 6 months, could go 8 months, a year, and then you start to that 2 and a 3-year-old, and you start to weigh in the worth it if it goes a year, and it's not worth it if it goes 8 months and it's still you. I feel like I had this pressure, and it was psychologically difficult for that reason. Physically, I wasn't too bad.
This is off mic. We're talking about Gordon Ryan competing in jiu-jitsu, and maybe that's the challenge he also has to face is to make things look hard because he's so dominant in the sport that in terms of the drama and the entertainment of the sport and survival, it has to be difficult.
I'll add to it for sure though that it's woods, nature. You never know how it's gonna go. You know what I mean? It's like every time you're out there, it's a different scenario. So whatever. Hallelujah.
So you won after 77 days. How long do you think you could have lasted?
When I left, I weighed what I do right now, so I just weighed my normal weight. I had a couple 100 pounds of moose. I had at least 100 pounds of fish. I had a pile of rabbits, I had all this stuff, and I hadn't gotten cold yet. I just thought, but in my head, I thought if I get today 130 or 40, even if someone else has big game, I had a pretty good in. Because it would be long, cold, dark days. And how miserable is that? Just it's so boring, it's freezing. And so I thought the only time I thought I could think about winning is when I got to day 130 or 40. and I definitely had that with what I had. Now, maybe I would have got, I probably would have gotten more. I had caught that big 20-something pound pike on the last day I was there. Maybe catch some more of those. And I don't know, I don't know how many calories I had stored, but I had a lot. And so, how long would that have lasted me? Assuming I didn't get anything else, I definitely would have reached my goal of 130 or 40 days. And then after that, I thought we were just going to push into things just to see how much, who has what reserves, and go as far as we. That would get me through January into February, and I just thought, man, this is
and you were like, I can last.
And I knew I was going to do it.
What aspect of that is miserable?
The hardest thing for me would have been the boredom, because it's hard to stay busy when it's all dark out, when the ice is 3-4 foot thick, you can't fish, and I think it would have just been really boring. You'd have to have been a real Zen master to push through it, but because I had experience to some degree, I knew I could. And then I think things that you start thinking about family and this and that and those situations, and I just knew that those, because I'd gone to all these trips to Russia for a year at a time, the time context is a little broader for me than I think for some people, because I knew I could be gone for a year and come back, catch up with my loved ones, bring what I got back, whether that be psychological or whatever it is, and we'd all enrich each other. And once it's in hindsight, that year would have been like that. So I had that perspective. And I knew I wasn't going to tap for any other reason other than running out of food someday. So that was my stress.
You were able to, given the boredom, given the loneliness, kind of zoom out and accept the passing time. Just let it pass.
For me, I'm an actor. I like to be active. And I would try to think of creative ways to keep my brain busy. We saw that like Dumb Rabbit first skit, but then I did a whole bunch of like elaborate Normandy reinvasion, Asian reenactments and stuff. Like there was every day I would think I got to think of something to make me laugh, and then do some stupid skit, and then that would fill a couple hours of my time. And I'd spend an hour or two, a few hours fishing, and then spend a few hours, whatever you're doing.
Would you do that without a camera?
Yeah. Oh no, the skits. Funny question. That's a good question. I don't know. I don't know. That I'll say that was one of the advantages of being on the show versus in Siberia. So no, because I didn't in Siberia just do skits by myself. But I didn't film it, and so it was quite nice to have this camera that made you feel like you weren't quite as alone as if you were just in the woods by yourself. And I think for me, I was able to, it was a pain. It was part of the cause of me missing that moose. There's issues with it, but I just chose to look at it as like, this is an awesome opportunity to share with people a part of me that most people don't get to see. So I just chose to look at it that way. And it was an advantage.
I think there's actual power to do this kind of documenting, like talking to a camera or an audio recorder. Like that's an actual tool in survival. I had a little bit of experience of being out alone in the jungle and just being able to talk to a thing. It's much more fun.
It is. It really is. It's can be a powerful tool, just sharing your experience. I definitely had the thought. So going back to your earlier comments, I definitely had the thought. If I knew I was the last person on Earth, I wouldn't do it. Like I would just. I'd just give up, I'm sure. Because even if I had a bunch of food and this and that. But because I knew, you're a part sharing, it gives you a lot of strength to go through. And having that camera just makes it that much more vivid because, you're not just going to be sharing a vague memory, but an actual experience.
You're the last person on Earth. You would actually convince yourself. You don't know for sure. There's always going to be.
That was last. Yeah.
Hope really does that. You really don't know. You really hope to find. When you hear stuff like that, apocalypse happen. I think your whole life will be going about finding the other person.
It would be, and there's a chance. I mean, I guess I'm saying if you knew for some reason maybe you were the last. I wonder if you would. I wonder if that was a thought I had. If I knew I was the last person, because out here I was having a good time, having fun fishing. Plenty of food. but like, I was the last person on Earth. I don't know that I would even bother. But now, if that was for real, would I bother? That's the question.
No. I think if you knew, if somebody, some way you knew for sure, I think your mind would start doubting that whoever told you you're the last person, whatever.
Right. Power of hope might be more powerful than I accounted for in this situation.
Also, you might, if you are indeed the last person, you might want to be documenting it for once you die, an alien species comes about. Because whatever happened on Earth is a pretty special thing. If you're the last one, you might be like the last person to tell the story of what happened. And so that's going to be a way to convince yourself that this is important. And so the days will go by like this, but it'll be lonely. Boy, would that be lonely.
It would be, delving into the the depths of it.
Yeah, I mean, there is something, but also, I don't know, I think hope will burn bright. You'll be looking for other humans.
That's, one of the reasons that real folks talking to you, things I appreciate about you is you're always, not out of naivety, but you're always choosing to look at the positive. You know what I mean? And I think that's a powerful mindset to have. I appreciate it.
Yeah. That'd be a pretty cool survival situation, though, if you're the last person on Earth. If you can share it. Yeah. Like I said, many people consider you the most successful competitor on the line. The other successful one is Roland Walker, Stockhouse guy.
Oh, yeah.
This is just a fun, ridiculous question, but head to head, I think he survives them.
If you want to get into the competitive side of it, I would just say, I'm pretty dang sure I had more time. And I didn't have the advantage of knowing when it would end, which I think would have been a great psychological. It would have made it really easy. Once I got the moose, I could have shot the moose and just not stressed. I would have been like that. And so that was a big difference between the seasons that I felt like. I felt like the psychology of season 7 they kind of messed up by doing a 100-day cap because from my own experience, that was the hardest part. But Roland's a 100
So for people who don't know, they put a 100-day cap on, so whoever can survive 100 days for that season. It's interesting to hear that for you, the uncertainty, not knowing, that's the hardest. That's true. It's like you wake up every day.
I didn't know how to ration my food. I didn't know if I was going to lose after 6 months and then it was all going to be for naught. I didn't know if there's so many unknowns. You don't know. Like I said, if I shot a moose, it was 100 days done. If I shot a moose and you don't know, it's like, crap, I could just use somebody else. But it's going to be way in the future. So anyway, that for me was definitely the hard part.
And when you found out that you won and what was there, it was funny because you were really happy. It was a great sort of moment of you reuniting. But also there was a state of shock of like, you look like you were ready to go much longer.
That was the most genuine shock I could have. I hadn't even entertained the thought yet. I didn't even think it was. You'd hear the helicopters, and I just assumed there were other people out there. I thought, and for one, the previous person that had gone the longest had gone 89 days. So I just knew whoever else was out here with me, somebody's got that in their crosshairs. They're going to get to 90, and they're not going to quit at 90. They're going to go to 100. I just figured we can't start thinking about the end until a couple months from when it ended. So I was just shocked. And they tricked me pretty good. They know how to make you think you're not, that they're not.
So they want you to do the surprise.
Yeah, they want it to be a surprise.
You really weren't. You have to do that, I guess, without be counting the days.
No, I think that would be, then, you see that on some of the people do that. For myself, that would be bad psychology. Always disappointing yourself. You have to be settled with the fact that this is going to go a long time and suck. Once you come to peace with that, maybe you'll be pleasantly surprised, but you're not going to be constantly disappointed.
What was your diet like? Eating habits like during that time? The day.
I was trying to eat the thing. I was not trying to. If the moose is hanging out there, the more the critters. Every critter in the forest is trying to peck at it or try to eat stuff. So
one of the ways you can protect food is by eating it.
So I was having 3 good meals a day, and then I'd like pick up some meat and go to sleep, and then wake up in the middle of the night because they're long nights. Like eat and eat a bunch at night, and then so I usually have a fish stew for lunch, and then for breakfast and dinner, and then have some for a nighttime snack because the nights are long, so you'd be in bed for 14 hours and wake up and eat and think around and go back to sleep.
Is it okay that it was pretty low carb situation?
Yeah, I actually felt really good. I tried to. I think it felt better if I would have had a higher percentage of fat because it's still more protein than if you're on a keto diet. You want a lot of fat, and so I did. I did try to mix in like nature's carbs, different like reindeer lichen and things like that. But honestly, I felt pretty good on that diet. Let me say.
How did you? What's the secret to like protecting food? What are the different ways?
A lot of times, in the typical situation in the woods hunting, you'll raise it up in a tree in the bag, put it in like a game bag so the birds can't peck at it, and hang it in a tree so it cools. You got to make sure first to cool it because it'll spoil. So you cool it by whatever means necessary, hanging it in a cool place, letting the air blow around it. Then you'll notice that every forest freeloader in the woods is going to come steal your food.
Yeah.
And it was just fun. I mean, it was like all the camp trees pecking at it. Everything I did, was there was something that could get to it. It's put on the ground, the mice get on it, and they poop on it, and they kind of mess it up. So I ultimately kind of just dawned on me, shoot, I'm gonna have to build one of those Venki like food caches. So I did, and I put it up there, and I thought I kind of solved my. To be honest, the Venki then so they would have taken a page out of they would have mixed me and Roland. So they would build a small stilt shelter and then put a box on the top that's enclosed. Well, then there's maybe if the mice can't poop on. I mean, in hindsight, I don't actually know. I just the way I didn't think something would be up there, but it did. And then calories and stuff. Sometimes I just boxed it in right away.
Yeah. Is rabbit starvation a real thing?
Yeah, so you can't just live off protein. And rabbits are almost as protein. So a rabbit eat the innards, and the brain, and the eyes, and then everything else is just protein. And so it takes more calories to process that protein than you're getting from it without the fat. So you actually, I had a lot of rabbits in the first 20 days. I had 20 rabbits, but I was losing weight at exactly the same speed as everybody else that didn't have anything. So that's interesting. Yeah, and I'd never tried that before, so I was wondering, I'm catching a ton of rabbits. I wonder if I can last, 6 months on rabbits? But no, you just starve as fast as everybody else. So I had to kind of learn that on the fly.
I wonder what to make of that. So you need fat to survive.
Yeah, that's And you notice when the wolverine came or when this came, they would eat the stuff of the fish. They would eat the eyes. They'd steal the moose fat. They'd leave all the meat. Yeah, like behind the eyes and things like that. So, yeah, you can kind of observe nature and see what they're eating and know where the gold is.
What do you like eating when you can eat whatever you want? What do you feel best eating?
What do I feel best? I just try to eat clean. I think I'm not super strict around anything. I think when I eat less carbs, I feel better. Meat and vegetables. We eat a lot of,
So basically, everything you eat on one plus some veggies.
Throw in some buckwheat. I like buckwheat.
No. Let's step to the early days of Jordan. So your Instagram handle is Hobo Jordan. So early on in your life, you hoboed around the U.S. on freight trains. What's the story behind that?
My brother, when he was 17, he just decided to go hitchhiking, and he fished down to Reno, Idaho, everywhere, and ended up loving traveling, but hated being dependent on other people. So he ended up jumping on a freight train and just did it. He pretty much got on a train and traveled the country for the next 8 years on trains, lived in the streets and everywhere. But he was sober, so it gives you a different experience than not. But at one point when I was, I guess, 18, he invited me to come along with him. He'd probably been doing it 4 or 5 years, and I said sure. So I quit my job and went with him. Hobo Short is a bit of an overstep. I was self-conscious about that because I rode trains across the country, up and down the coast, back. Spent the better part of the year running around, riding trains and all the staying in places related to that. But all the people, the real hobos, those guys are years on it. But it was for me, what it felt like was a bit of a rite of passage experience, which is kind of missing, I think, in modern life. So I did this thing that was a huge unknown. Ben kind of was there with me, my brother did it. We traveled around, pushed my boundaries in every which way, froze at night, and did all the stuff. And then at the end, I actually wanted to go back home. And so I went on my own and Minneapolis back, to Spokane, which was my first stint of time by myself which was interesting.
Alone with your own thoughts.
With your own thoughts is my first time in my life. I haven't been like that, So it was powerful at the time. You know what it did too is it gave me a whole different view of. I had gotten a job when I was 13, and then 14, 15, 16, 17, and I was just in the normal run of things, and then that just threw a whole different path into my life, and then I realized some of the things while I was traveling that I wouldn't experience again until I was living with natives and such, and that was, you wake up, you don't have a schedule, you literally just have needs, and you just somehow have to meet your needs, and so there's a really sense of freedom you get that is hard to replicate, and so I think once I did that, I went back. So I went back to my old job at the salad dressing plant. There was this old cross-eyed guy, and he was, oh God, I was back, and that's kind of where I got it. But that freedom always was very important to me, I think, from that time on.
What did you learn about the United States, the people along the way? 'Cause I took a road trip across the U.S. also, and there's a romantic element there too of of the well, maybe for me not knowing what the hell I'm going to do in my life, but also excited by all the possibilities. And then you meet a lot of different people and a lot of different kinds of stories. So like a lot of people that support you for traveling, because there's a lot of people kind of dream of experiencing that freedom. At least the people I've met, and they usually don't. They usually don't go outside their little town. They have a thing, and they have a family usually, and they don't explore. They don't take the leap. And you can do that when you're young. I guess you can do that at any moment. Just to fuck it and leap into the abyss of being on the road. But anyway, what did you learn about this country, about the people in this country?
Interesting context when you're on trains. The trains always end up in the happiest part of town, and you're always outside interacting. Interesting things. Every once in a while you'll have to hitchhike to one place to another. One interesting thing is you notice you always get picked up by the poor people or stuff. They're the people that empathize with you, stop, pick you up, go to whatever ghetto. You end up in, and people are really, oh, you guys, real friendly and relatable. It kind of, broadened my horizons for sure from being an Idaho kid, and then meeting all these different people and just seeing the goodness in people and this and that. It's also very, a lot of drugs and a lot of people with mental issues you're friends with, dealing with, all that kind of stuff. So,
any memorable characters?
There's a few for sure. A lot of them that are still around, but Rocco was one guy we traveled. He's become like a brother, but he traveled with my brother for years because they were the two sober guys. Kind of, he rather than traveling because he was hooked on stuff, did it to escape all that, and so he was kind of sober and straight edge, and all these 5'7" guy There was always fights, and like he has his own sense of ethics that I think is really interesting because he's super honest, but he expects it of others. And so, funny in the modern context, the thing that pops in my head is when he got a car for the first time, which wasn't that long, in his 30s or something, and he registered it, which he was mad about that he had to register. But then the next year, they told him he had to register again. And he's, what? Did you lose my registration? I went down there to the DMV, chewed him out that he had to re-register because he already registered. Where's the paperwork? But he just kind of views the world from a different lens. That I thought, but on everything, now he just lives by digging up bottles, finding treasures in them.
But he notices the injustices.
He notices them in a very interesting, and speaks up, and he's always like, why doesn't everybody else speak up about the car registration? and then there was Devo comes to mind because he was such a unique character as far as just, for one, he would have lived to be 120 because the amount of chemicals and everything else he put in his body and still, this guy. Always get a dime, always spare a dime, give bum change, and I see him sometimes when I'd be gone and then go to New York to visit my sister or something, and I'd run up, there's Devo on the street, what do you know? And you go visit him in the hospital, he got bit by 27 hobo spider bites. He's just always rough, but charismatic, vital, like the vitality of life was in him, but it was just so permeated with drugs and alcohol too.
I wonder what, because I've met people like that. Like, there's just, joy permeates the whole way of being. And they're like, they've been through some shit. They have scars, they've had rough, but they always got a big smile. There's a guy I met in the jungle named Pico who lost his leg, and he drives a boat, and he just always has a big smile. And he was doing that, like, the hardship he has. Everything requires a huge amount of work. But he's just big smile and the stories in his eyes.
There's something about enduring difficulty that makes you able to see your life and look at it and smile.
Any advice for him to take a road trip again, or if somebody else is thinking of hopping on a freight train?
It's way easier now because you have a map on your phone. You can choose now.
It's not about the destination, because the map is about the destination. But here is like,
give it to where are you going?
Exactly.
I say do it, like go out and do things, especially when you're young. Experiences and stuff help create the person you will be in the future. Doing things that you think like, I don't want to do, I'm scared of that. I mean, that's what you got to do. You just get out of your comfort zone and grow as a person, and you go through a lot of wild experiences along it. Say yes to life.
Say yes to life, yeah. I love the boredom of it.
Freight train riding is very boring. And you'll wait for hours for a train that never comes, and you'll go to the store and come back and it'll be gone. And you're like, no! But I remember we went to jail, we got out, and then
how did you end up in jail?
Oh, it was things trespassing on a train. But we were riding the train, and my brother woke up and they had a dead outlet on his head, and he hit the train and fell on him. And we were woke up and we were laughing. That's got to be a bad omen. And then we were looking out of the train, and we were looking. We went, oh no, that's a bad omen. Anyway, sure enough, the police stopped the train. Somebody had seen us on it, and they searched it, got us, threw us in jail. It was not a big deal. We were in jail. And then when we were from town in Indiana, and we didn't know where to catch out of there, and so we were at some factory, and we just ran in factory, and we were right there for 4 days. No train that was going slow enough that we could catch. And then we found this big old roll of aluminum foil. And I gotta apologize to this woman because we were so bored just sitting there. We built these hats, and horns coming out every which way and loops, and just sitting there. And it was that night, and some minivan pulled up to this train that was coming by. We're circling the car, entertaining herself with whatever you can.
So hitchhiking was tough.
I didn't like hitchhiking just because you're depending on the other people. And it is not, I don't know why. But you do meet really cool people a lot of times. There's really nice people that pick you up, and that's cool. But I just personally actually did enjoy it a lot. And I wasn't if you're on the streets for 10 years, you'll end up doing it a lot more because you need to get from point A to point B. But we just tried to avoid it as much as we could. It didn't appeal to us as much.
The downside of hitchhiking is people talk a lot.
Oh, they do.
It's both the pro and the con.
Yeah.
Because sometimes you just want to be sort of alone with your thoughts, or there is a kind of lack of freedom in having to listen to a person that's giving you.
It's so true. And then you don't know how to react. I mean, I was young. I remember I got picked up from 19 or something, and I was just like, "Hey, how's it going?" So I was like, "I just died," and then it's all, and I got diagnosed with cancer, and this and that, and pretty bitter and all that, and understandably so. But you're just like, how to respond to it. And so then you're young and you had to be nice. And I remember that ride being interesting because I didn't really know how to respond. Angry and going through some stuff and dumping it out. She didn't have anyone else to dump it out on.
I'm going to take the picture next time. So how did you end up in Siberia?
I'll try to keep it a little bit short on the how. But the long story short was I had a brother that's adopted, and when he grew up, he wanted to find his biological mom and just tell her thanks. And so he did. And when he was probably 20 or something, found his biological mom, told her thanks. Turns out he had a brother that was going to go over to Russia and help build this orphanage. And that brother was about my age. I mean, I remember at that time I read this verse that said, if you're in the darkness and see no light, just continue following me, basically. I was like, okay, I'm going to take that to the bank, even though I don't know. And then the only glimpse of like light I got in all that was when I heard about that orphanage, and I prayed about it, and I felt, and I can't explain, like it brought me to tears. I felt so strongly that I should go, and so I was like, well, that's a clear call. I'm just going to do it. Yes, I just bought a ticket, got a visa for a year, and then I went and helped build an orphanage, and we got that built, and but he was an American, and I wanted Russians to learn the language, and so he sent me to a neighboring village to live with a couple Russian families that needed a hand, somebody to watch the milk cow and all that. So I found myself in that little Russian village, just getting to know these two guys and their families. It was pretty fascinating, and of course I didn't know the language yet, and they were two awesome dudes. Both of them had been in prison and had each other in prison, and like really close because they kind of got in prison together and stayed and got out and stayed connected. And so I bounced back between those two families, and they used to always tell me about their third buddy they'd been in prison with, who was a native fur trapper now in the north. And you gotta go meet our buddy up north. And one day that guy came through, sell furs in the city, and he like invited me to come live with him. And my visa was about to expire, but when I come back, I'll come. And so I went back home, earned some more money, some construction or whatever, then went back and headed north to hang out with Yura and fur trap, and that started a whole new world that I didn't know about.
Before we talk about Yura and fur trapping, if you rewind, and would you describe that moment when you were in the darkness as a crisis of faith?
Yeah, for sure. It was like it was darkness in that I didn't know how to parse, what is this thing that's my faith, and what's the wheat and what's the chaff, and how do I get through it? And I basically just clung to keeping it really simple. And oddly enough, in my Christian path, God was actually defined in a certain way. God is love, and I was just like, that's the only thing I'm gonna cling to. And I'm gonna try to express that in my life in every way I can, and just trust that if I do that, if I act like I've heard this lately, but if you just act like you believe, over time that world kind of opens to you. When I said I would go to Russia, I prayed, and I was like, Lord, I don't see you, I don't know, but I got this, what I felt like was a clear call. I have only one request, and that is that you would give me the faith to match my I'm choosing to believe. Like I could choose not to, because whatever. But I'm gonna choose to. And I just asked, and then honestly, the whole first year I went through, that was a very crazy time for me, learning the language, being isolated, being misunderstood, blah, blah. But then trying to approach all that with a loving, open heart. And then I came back and I realized that prayer kind of an answer. That wasn't the end of my journey, but I was like, whoa, that was like my deepest request that I could come up with, and somehow that had been answered.
So through that year, you were just like, first of all, you couldn't speak the language. That's really tough.
It's really tough because it's unlike on a loan because not only can you not speak and you feel isolated, but you're also misunderstood all the time. So you seem like an idiot and all that and stuff. That was tough. I felt very alone at that time, at certain times in that journey.
But you were sort of radiating, like you said, lead with love. So you were radiating this kind of camaraderie.
I was really intentional about trying to. That was, I don't know why I'm here. I just know that that's my call, is to love one another. And so I would just try to and that meant digging people's wells. It might meant just going and visiting that old lady babushka up in the house. It's lonely. And that was really cool. I got to talk to some fascinating ladies and stuff. And then go to that village, help those families. I'm going to be like be the hardest worker I can be, because that's my goal here. I didn't have any other agenda or anything except to try to live a life of love, and I couldn't define it beyond that.
What was it like learning the Russian language?
It was super interesting. I think I had the thought while I was learning it, one, that it was way too hard. Like if I would have just learned Spanish or German, I would be so much farther. But here I am, a year in, and I'm like, how do you say I want cheese properly? And then, but at the same time, it was really cool to learn a language that I thought in a lot of ways was English. It's a very rich language. I remember there was a comedy act in Russian, but they was saying one word you can't have in English is "недопили-пился," meaning like I didn't drink enough to get drunk, but that type thing. But it's just you can make up these words using different prefixes and suffixes, and blend them in a way that is quite unique and interesting, and honestly would be really good for poetry, because it also doesn't have sentence structure in the same way English does. The words can be jumbled in a way,
and somehow in the process of jumbling, some humor, some musicality comes out. It's interesting. Like you can be witty in Russian, witty and funny, and also with poetry, you can say profound things by messing with words and the order of words, which is hilarious, because you had a great conversation with Joe Rogan, and on that program you talked about how to say I love you in Russian. And it was, for me, the first time. I don't know why. You're a great person to articulate the flexibility and the power of the Russian language. That's really interesting, because you were saying я люблю тебя, я тебя люблю, тебя я люблю, тебя люблю я. You can say every single order, every single combination of ordering of those words has the same meaning. It's slightly different.
You could and it would change your meaning if you took "ya" out and just said "you blew to ya."
Yeah,
there's a different emphasis, or "ya." So it's all these different,
or just "you" also.
Right, exactly. So it is rich, and it was interesting coming from English concepts and getting a glimpse of that, and then wondering about all those Russian authors that appreciate that. Oh, we actually are getting the full deal here.
Oh yeah, definitely. I've recently become a fan. We have Rothschild and Richard Revere, these world famous translators of Russian literature. Tolstoy, Dostoevsky, Chekhov, Pushkin, Bulgakov, Pasternak. They've helped me understand just how much of an art form translation really is. Some authors do that are more translatable than others, like Dostoevsky is more translatable. But then you can still spend a week on one sentence.
Oh yeah.
Like, just how do I exactly capture this very important sentence? But I think what's more powerful is not like literature, but conversation, which is one of the reasons in I've been carrying and feeling the responsibility of having conversations with Russian speakers, um, because I can still see the music of it. I can still see the wit of it, and in conversation it comes out like really interesting kinds of wisdom. You when I listen to like world leaders, they speak Russian, and I see the translation, and it loses the irony, the like in between the words. You translate them literally, you lose the reference in there to the history of the peoples.
Yeah, for sure. And I've definitely seen that on, like, and if you listen to, I think it probably was a Putin speech or something, and you just see that, oh, wow, something major is being lost in translation. You can actually see it happen. I wouldn't be surprised if that wasn't the case with that whole greatest tragedy is the fall of the Soviet Union. I hear him being quoted as saying all the time. I bet you there's something in there that's being lost in translation that is interesting.
I think the thing I see the most lost in translation is the humor.
Mm-hmm. I'll just say that was the hardest. That was tangibly the hardest part about the humor. The humor comes last, and you have to wait. You have to wait that whole year, or however long it takes you to learn the language to be able to start getting the humor. Some of it comes through, but you miss so much nuance, and that was really difficult in interaction with people to just be when there's humor going on and you're totally oblivious to it.
Yeah, everybody's laughing and you're trying to laugh along. What did they make of you?
To be honest,
this person that came descended upon us, all full of love.
If I had a nickel for every time I heard Americans suck, but you're a good American. The only good American I've ever met. But I think because I tried to work hard, tried to be more useful than I was at train, all that. They all, I think, appreciated me out there. I heard that a lot. So,
can you talk about their way of life? So, like when you're doing fur trapping.
The fur trapping was an interesting experience. You basically what you do in October or something, you'll go out to your hunting cabin. You'll have like 3 hunting cabins. You'll go stock them with noodles or whatever it is. And then for the next couple months or however long, you go from one cabin. Usually the guys thought they were doing this on their own. So they'll go out and they'll go from one cabin, and each cabin will have 5 or 6 trap lines going out of it. Every day it'll take a half a day to walk to the end of your trap line, open all the traps, and a half a day to get back. And they'll do that. They'll spend a week at a cabin, open up all the traps, and then they'll take a day to hike over to the other cabin, go to that one, open up all those traps there, and then 3 weeks later, so they'll end up back at the first cabin, and then trap. And so it's kind of that rhythm, and they'll do that for a few months during the winter, and you're trapping sable. They're called sable, like pine marten is what we would have the equivalent of over here. And it's like a weasel, a furry little weasel, and they make coats out of it. And so when I went, he showed me how to open the trap, showed me the ropes, gave me a topographical map. There's one cabin, there's the other, and we parted ways for 5 weeks. We did run into each other once in the middle there at the cabin. But other than that, you're just off by yourself, hoping to shoot a grouse or something to add to your noodles and make the meal better, or catch a fish, and then working really hard, trying not to get lost and stuff.
How do you get from one trapping location to the next?
That's funny because it was those conditions were by landmarks and feel. I didn't have a compass and things like that. That's
like feel.
I got myself into trouble once, and the first time I went to one cabin, I got myself into trouble. So the first time I went to the other cabin, I nailed it. And so I had 2 different experiences on my first trip. But the one that I nailed, and I remember I had to go, and it's like a day hike. I was like, I know the cabin's south. And so if I just walk south, the sun should be on the left in the morning and right in front of me in the middle of the day. And by evening, it's just end up at night. I just kind of guess what time it is and follow along. And it, it takes all day. And I ended up 100 yards from the cabin. I was like, whoa, this is the trail. I'm not the cabin. Like, oh, man. And then the other time I went out and heading over the mountains, and I thought, hours had passed. I probably had gotten slightly lost. And then I thought I was halfway there, so I thought, okay, I'm going to sit down and cook some food, get a drink. I'm thirsty. I sat down and to start a fire, and my matches had gotten all wet because the snow had fallen on me and soaked me, and I didn't have them wrapped in plastic. I can't drink water, so I was like, well, I'm just going to power through. I'm halfway there. But I kept hiking, and then I realized it's getting night, and then I realized I was at the halfway point because I saw this rock. I was like, oh, no, that's the halfway point. I was like, I can't do this, and so I need to go get water. I ended up having to divert down on the mountain and head to the water. I ended up, it was a whole ordeal. I had to take my skis off because I came through a forest fire burn, so they were all really close trees, but then the snow was like this deep, so I was just trudging through and just wishing a bear would eat me. Get it over with. I finally made it down to the water, chopped the hole through the ice, didn't take a step. Severely dehydrated, and exhausted, cold, and like, you feel sort of nervous, you're in over your head, and then I got down to the river, chopped the whole nice drink it, hiked up the river, and eventually got to the other cabin. It was probably 3 a.m. or something.
You chopped a hole in the ice
to get some water.
This got to be like one of the things.
Yeah. It was a bad day for sure. It was a bad day, and here's what was funny: is I got to the cabin at like 3 in the morning, and I sort of brushed over a lot of the misery that I had felt, and I laid down, was about to go to sleep, and then Europe charges in from there. I was like, "Whoa, dude, Europe, what are you doing?" And I was like, "How's it going?" He said, "Oh, it sucks." And he laid down and just fell asleep. I fell asleep, and I was like, "Oh, that's funny. The last few weeks that we've been apart, who knows what he went through? Who knows why he was there at that time of night?" All just summarized, and it sucked. We went to sleep, and the next morning we parted ways, and who knows what happened.
And you didn't really tell me.
Never knew. Neither of us said what happened. It's just like, oh, that's interesting.
Yeah, and he probably was through similar kind of
thing. Who knows? Yeah.
Like, what gave you strength in those hours? Just going to waist high snow, all of that. You're laughing, but like that's hard.
Yeah. That Russians, the phrase was "Boятся ruky
eyes are afraid, hands do." I'm sure that's a poetic way to translate it.
Right. It's kind of like, just put one foot in front of the other. When you think about what you have to do, it's really intimidating. And you just know, if I just do it, I just keep trudging, eventually I'll get there. And pretty soon you realize, oh, I've covered a couple kilometers, right? And so when you're really in it in those moments, I guess you're just putting your head down and getting through.
I've had similar moments. There's wisdom to that. Like take it one step at a time.
One step at a time. I think that a lot, honestly. I tell myself that a lot when I'm about to do something really hard. Because one's just going to get, don't sit there and think, oh, that's a long ways. Just go, and then you'll look back and you've covered a bunch of ground.
One of the things I realized was helpful in the jungle. That was one of the biggest realizations for me. Is it really sucks in the ground. But when I look back, at the end of the day, I won't really remember exactly how much it sucked. I'll have a vague notion of it sucking, and I'll remember the good things. So being dehydrated, I remember drinking water. And I won't really remember the hours of feeling like shit.
That's absolutely true. I gotta tell you, it's so funny how this awareness of that, of having been through it and being aware of it, means next time you face it, you can be like, you know what? Once this is over, I'm gonna look back on it, and it's gonna be like that and nothing, and I'll actually laugh about it and think it's a thing I'll remember. I remember that story of that miserable day going down to the ice, and I can smile about it now. And now that I know that, I can be in a miserable position and realize that that's what the outcome will be once it's over. It's just gonna be a story.
You survive.
You survive.
You mentioned you've learned about hunger during these times. What was the hungriest you got?
It was the first time. So, continue the story slightly. I went for trapping with that guy, and then turned out all his cousins were these native nomadic reindeer herders, and after I like earned his trust and he liked me a lot, he took me out to his cousins who were all these, nomads living in teepees. I was like, this is awesome. I didn't even know people lived like this. And they were really open and welcoming because their cousin just brought me out there, vouched for me. But it was during fencing season, and fencing in Siberia for those reindeer is like an incredible thing. You take an axe, you go out, and you just build these 30-kilometer loop fences with just logs interlocking. It's tons of work. And all these guys are more efficient bodies, they're better at it. And I'm just like working less efficiently and also a lot bigger dude. But we're all just on the same rations kind of. And I got down, I was like 155 pounds, getting down pretty dang skinny for my 6'3" frame and just working really hard. And in the spring in Siberia, there's not much to forage. In the fall, you can have pine nuts and this and that, but in the spring, you're just stuck with whatever random food you've got. And so that's where I lost the most weight and felt the most hungry, and I had a lot of other issues. I was new to that type of work, and so working as hard as I could, but also making mistakes, chopping myself with the axe and getting injured, all kinds of stuff.
So injuries plus very low calorie intake.
Low, yeah.
And exhausted.
I remember you were the poor son of a gun that gets stuck slicing the bread, like you're cutting the bread and somebody throws all the spoons and drops the pot of soup there. And it's like before you can even done slicing, you slice all the meat's like gone from the bowl. Everybody else has grabbed the spoon in midair. And you're just like, open this one little noodle's going to give me a lot of protein.
Wow. So everybody gets first come, first serve, I guess.
Because it's like all the dudes out there working on the thing.
So you mentioned the axe. You gave me a present. Probably the most badass present I've ever gotten. So tell me the story of this axe.
So the natives, when I got there, I thought, I grew up on a farm. I thought I was pretty good with an axe, but they do tons of work with those things. And I really grew to love their type of axe, their style of axe, and just an axe in general. They'd always say it's the one tool you need to survive in the wilderness, and I agree. And so this one has certain design features that the native that was unique to the Evenki to the natives I was with. One is with these Russian heads or the Soviet heads, whatever they had, they're a little wider on top here, meaning you can put the handle through from the top like a tomahawk, and you're not dealing with a wedge, and if it ever loosens and you're swinging, it only gets tighter. It doesn't fly off, and so that's something that's kind of cool. Then they have what they do that's unique is, so you can see there's the Wolverine axe, so it's got the little Wolverine head in honor of the Wolverine I thought on the show.
So you have actually two axes.
This is a little smaller. I didn't want to make it too small because you need some that actually work out there. You need some but then they sharpen it from one side. So if you're right-handed, you sharpen it from the right side. And that means when you're in the woods and living, there's a lot of times where whether you're making a table or a sleigh or an axe handle or whatever you're doing, that you're holding the wood and doing this work. And it makes it really good for that planing. The other thing it is, especially in northern woods, all the trees are like this big. You're never cutting down a tree. And so when you swing with a single-sided axe like this, sharpened from the one side, it really, with your right hand swing like this, it really bites into the wood. And gives you because of that, if you can picture it, that angle is going to cause deflection. And without that angle, right hand swing, it bites in there like crazy. And so there's another little divine, the handle was made by some Amish guys in Canada. This is all hand forged by
it's hand forged.
Yeah. And so it's a pretty sweet.
Yeah, it's amazing.
There's other things, like I slightly rounded this pole here. It's just a little nuance because when you pound a steak in, if you picture it, if it's convex, when you pound it, it's going to blow the fibers apart. If it has just a slight concave, it helps hold the fibers together. And so it's a little nuanced. Not too flat because you want to still be able to use the back. But
What kind of stuff are you using the axe for?
So the axe is super important to chop through ice in a winter situation, which you probably hopefully won't need. But what I use an axe all the time for is when it's wet and rainy and you need to start a fire. Like it's hard to get to the middle of dry wood. It's just a knife or a saw, and so I can go out there, find a dead tall tree, a dead standing tree, chop it down, split it apart, split it open, get to the dry wood on the inside, shave it to little curls, and have a fire going pretty fast. And so if I have an axe, I feel always confident that I can get a quick fire in whatever weather, and I wouldn't feel the same without it in that regard. So that's the main thing. Of course, you can use it. I use it animal part, or if you're all kinds of what else? Building a shelter, skin in teepee poles or whatever you do.
What's the use of a saw versus an axe?
I greatly prefer an axe. A saw, though, its value goes up quite a bit when you're in hardwoods. Like when you're in a hardwood, oaks and hickory and things like that. They're a lot harder to chop. So a saw is pretty nice in those situations, I'd say. In those situations, I'd like to have both. In the Northwoods and in like more coniferous forests, I don't think there's enough advantages that a saw incurs. With a good axe, now you'll see people with like hand axes and stuff, and they just don't think they like axes. It's like, oh yeah, we've actually try a good one first and get good with it. The one thing about an axe, they're dangerous, so you need to like practice, always control it with 2 hands. Make sure you know where it's going to go. It doesn't hit you, or when you're chopping, let's say, a crate or something, that you're not doing it on rocks and stuff, so that you do it on top of wood, so that when you're hitting the ground, you're not dulling your axe. You got to be a little bit thoughtful about it.
Have you ever injured yourself with an axe in the early days?
Oh yeah, I'd gotten a knee surgery, and then about 3 months later, I turned my ACL. I went over to Russia, and I was like, well, I got a good knee, it's okay. And then that's when I was building that fence that first time. And at one point, I chopped my rubber boot with my axe. It reflected off, and I was new to them. And I was really frustrated because I'd done it before. And the native guy was like, oh, I think there's a boot we left. A few years ago, we left a boot like 4 kilometers that way. So we got the reindeer, took him, rode him over. Sure enough, there was a stump with a boot upside down. Pull it out, put it on. I was like, sweet, back in business. Came back a couple days later, chopped it, cut your foot, cut my rubber boot, and I was just like, dang it. I was mad enough that I just grabbed the axe and swung it at the tree, and it just one-handed and deflected off and banged right into my
no.
And I was like, I fell down. I was like, oh my gosh, you get your axe really like razor sharp, and then just swung it into my knee. I didn't even want to look. I was like, oh no. I looked, and it wasn't a huge wound because it had hit right on the bone of my knee, but it split the bone, cut a tendon there, and I was out in the middle of the woods. So I literally, I knew I was in shock. I was like, I'm just gonna go back to teepee right now. So I ran back to teepee, laid down, and honestly, I was stuck there for a few days. I was in so much pain, and my other knee was bad. Rough. I literally couldn't even walk at all or move. I had to, there was a plastic bag, I had to poop in it, roll to the edge of the teepee. Shove it under the so I was just totally immobilized.
I guess that's the key to not act when you're in a state of frustration or anger.
There you go. It's such a lesson, too. There were so many of those. And I was always in a little bit over my head, but like I said, you kind of do that enough and you make a lot of mistakes. But every time you learn, now it's like an extension of my art. That's not going to happen because I just know how it works now.
You mentioned wet wood. How do you start a fire when everything's around you is wet?
It depends on your environment. I will say in most of the forests I spend a lot of time in all the Northwoods, the best thing you can do is find a dead standing tree. It can be downpouring rain, and you chop that tree down, and then when you split it open, no matter how much it's been raining, it'll be dry on the inside. So you chop that tree down, chop a piece, put the long piece out, and then split that thing open, and then split it again, and then you get to that inner dry wood, and then try to do this maybe under a spruce tree or under your own body so that it's not getting rained on while you're doing it. Make a bunch of little curls that'll light, catch a flame or light, and then you make a lot more kindling and little pieces of dry wood than you think, because you'll have to light it, burn through, and so just be patient. You're gonna be fine. Like you can make a nice pile of curls that you can light or spark, and then get a lot of good dry kindling, and then don't be afraid to just boom, 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 pile a bunch of wood on and make a big old fire, get warm as fast as you can. It's amazing how much that of a recharge it is when it's cold and wet.
You can throw relatively wet wood.
Once you get that going, then it'll dry as it goes, but you need to be able to split open and get all that nice dry wood on the inside.
I saw that you mentioned that you look for fat wood.
Yeah.
Fat wood.
So on a lot of pine trees, place where the tree was injured when it was alive, it like pumps sap to it. And then this is a good point because I use this a lot. It pumps that tree full of sap, and then the tree dies, dries out, rots away. That sap infused wood, it's like turpentine in there. It's oily, and so if it gets wet, you can still light it. It repulses water, and so you can find that in a rainstorm. You can just make a little pile of those shavings, get the crappiest spark or quickest light, and it'll sit there and burn like a factory fire starter. It's really, really nice. So it's good to spot. Good thing to keep your eye on.
Yeah, and then you make this thing.
That's just to get the sauna going fast.
What was that? That was oil?
Oh, it's a used motor oil I had. If you mix it with some sawdust, then the sauna's going.
I don't know how many times I've watched Happy People, A Year in the Taiga by Wanda Herzog. You've talked about this movie. Where is that located relative to where you were?
So there's this big river called the Yenisei, deep in the middle of Russia, and there's a bunch of tributaries off of it. And one of the tributaries is called the Podkamennaya Tunguska, and I was up that river. And just a little ways north is another river called the Bakhta, and that's where that village is, where they filmed Happy People. So in Siberian terms, we're neighbors.
Nice.
But similar environment, similar place. The fur trapper that I was with knew the guy.
What would you say about their way of life? Maybe what you've experienced and what you saw in Happy People.
There's something really, really powerful about spending that much time being independent. Depending on what we talked about with earlier, but you're putting yourself in these situations all the time where you're uncomfortable, where it's hard, but then you're rising to the occasion, you're making it happen. There's nobody, when you're fur trapping by yourself, there's nobody else to look at, to blame for anything that goes wrong. It's just yourself that you're reliant on, and there's something about the natural rhythms that you are in when you're that connected to the natural world that really does feel like that's what we're designed for. And so there's a psychological benefit you gain from spending that much time in that realm. And for that reason, I think that people that are connected to those ways are able to tap into a particular. And I noticed it a lot with the natives. So if I just met the natives in the village, I would think of them as like unhappy people. Like they drink a lot. They always fight, and the murder rate is through the roof. The suicide rate is through the roof. But when you meet those same people out in the woods living that way of life, I thought it's an interesting juxtaposition to be the same person. But then I lived in a native village that had the reindeer herding going on around it, and everybody kind of benefited. I also went to a native village. They didn't hold those ways anymore, and so everybody was just in the village life, and it just felt like a dark place. Whereas the other native village, it was rough in the village because everybody drank all the time. When it had that escape valve, and then once you're out there, it was just a whole different And it was such an odd juxtaposition.
It's funny that the people that go trapping experience that happiness
Mhm.
and still
Mhm.
don't have a self awareness to like stop themselves from then drinking and doing all the dark stuff and go to the, it's strange that you're not able to, you're in it, you're happy, but you're not able to sort of reflect on that nature of that happiness.
It's really weird. I've thought about that a lot, and I don't know the answer. It's like there's a huge draw to come for it. It's huge, and it's all multifaceted and somewhat
Yeah.
complex because you can be out in the woods and have this really cool life. I will say it's a little bit different for men than women because the men are living like the dream as far as like what I would like. So you're hunting and fishing and managing reindeer and you got these all these adventures. So what ends up happening is there's a lot more guys and girls, young men out there in the woods. So there's a draw also, I think, to go to the village probably to find women, and then there's a draw of like technology and then new things. And I think but then once they're there, honestly, alcohol becomes so overwhelming that everything else kind of just fiddles away. And I just,
But it's funny that the comfort you find, there's a draw to comfort.
mm-hmm.
But once you get to the comfort, once you find the comfort, within that comfort, you become the lesser version of yourself.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's for
It's
sure.
weird.
What a lesson for us.
We need to keep struggling.
Yeah, a lot of times you have to force yourself in that. So, like, if we took them as an example, then a lot of times you drag a drunk guy into the woods, literally just drag him into the woods, and then he'd sober up, and then he was like a month blackout drunk, and now he's sobered up, and now boom, back into life, back into being a knowledgeable, capable person. And because comfort's so available to us all, you almost have to force yourself into that situation, plan it out. Okay, I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go do that,
hard thing.
and I'm gonna do that hard thing, and then deal with the consequences when I'm there.
What do you learn from that on the nature of happiness? What does it take to be happy?
Happiness is interesting because it's like it's complex, multifaceted. It includes a lot of things that are out of your control and a lot of things that are in your control. And it makes it's like the moving target in life. You know what I mean? So
Yeah.
I one of the things that really impacted me when I was a young man and I read the Gulag Archipelago was don't pursue happiness because the ingredients to happiness can be taken from you outside of your control, your health, but pursue like a spiritual fullness, pursue I think he words it duty, and then happiness may come alongside or it may not. But so he gave the example that I thought was really interesting of like the prison camps. Everybody's trying to survive, and they've made that their ultimate goal. I will get through this, and they've all basically turned into animals in pursuit of that goal, and like lying and cheating. And then he's like, somehow the corrupt Orthodox Church produced these little babushkas who were like candles in the middle of all this darkness because they did not allow their soul to get corrupted. And he's like, what they did do is they died. They all died, but they were lights while they were alive and lost their lives, but they didn't lose their souls. So for myself, that was really powerful to read and realize that the pursuit of happiness wasn't exactly what I wanted to aim at. I wanted to aim at living out my life according to love, like we talked about earlier.
Trying to be that candle.
Trying to be that candle. Yeah, make that deal. And then in doing so, it was interesting. So for me personally, my personal experience with that is I thought when I went to Russia that I kind of gave up. I was like in my 20s, I spent my whole 20s living in teepees and doing all this stuff that I thought I should be getting a job, I should be pursuing a career, I should get an education of some sort. Like, what am I doing for my future? But I felt I knew where my purpose was, knew where my calling was. I was going to do it. And it sounds glamorous now when I talk about it, but it sucked a lot of the times. And there was a lot of loneliness, a lot of like giving up what I wanted, a lot of watching people I cared about. You put all this effort in, and you just see the people that you put all this effort in just die, and this and that. And this. There's that happen all the time. And then the other thing I thought I gave up was like a relationship because you couldn't, I wasn't going to find a partner over there. And so, interestingly enough, now in life I can look back and be like, whoa, weird. Those things I thought I gave up is where I've been like almost provided for the most in life. Now I have this career guiding people in the wilderness that I love. Like, I genuinely love it. I find purpose in it. I know it's healthy and good for people. And then I have an amazing wife and an amazing family. Like, how did that happen? But I didn't exactly aim at it. I consciously, in a way, I mean, I hoped it was tangential, but I aimed at something else, which was those lessons I kind of got from the Gulag Archipelago.
So you have just because you mentioned the archipelago, I got to go there. You have suffering in your family history, whether it's the Armenian Assyrian genocide or the Nazi occupation of France. Maybe you could tell the story of that. What this the survival thing runs in your blood, it seems.
I love history. Like, I find so much richness in knowing what other people went through and find so much perspective in my own place in the world. I have the advantage of, in my direct family, my grandparents went through the Armenian genocide. They were Assyrians, which was like a Christian minority, indigenous people in the Middle East. They lived in northwestern Iran, and after World War One, and the Ottoman Empire was collapsing. It had all kinds of issues, and one of its issues was it had a big minority group, and it thought it would be a good time to get rid of it. And they can justify it in all the ways you can. Like, there's some people that were for this or that, but ultimately it was just a big collective guilt and extermination policy against the Armenians and the Assyrians and my grandparents. My grandma was 13 at the time, and my grandpa was 17, which is interesting because it happened almost 100 years ago. But just my dad was born when my grandma was pretty old. So, but my grandmother, her dad, was taken out to be shot. The first were coming in and rounding up all the men, and they took them out to be shot. And then they took my grandma and her, she had 7 brothers and sisters and her mom, and they drove her out into the desert. Basically, her dad got taken out to be shot. So his name was Shalman Lamar or whatever. Took them out. They were all tied up, all shot. He said a quick prayer before they shot him, but he fell down and he found he wasn't hit. And usually, of course, they'd come up and stab everybody or finish them off, but there was some kind of an alarm, and all the soldiers rushed off, and he found himself in the bodies and was able to untie himself. They were naked and hungry and all that, and he ran out of there, escaped, went into a building, and found a loaf of bread wrapped in a shirt, and was able to escape, fled. He never saw his family to continue the story. My grandma got taken with her mother and brothers and sisters and all this. They just drove them into the desert until they died, basically, and run them around in circles and this and that, and then all the raping and pillaging that accompanies it. And at one point, her mom had the baby, and the baby died, and her mom just collapsed and said, "I just can't go any further." And my grandma and her sister picked her up to the T. We got to keep going, and picked her up. And they left the baby along with the other. Everybody else had died. It was just the 3 of them left, and somehow they fumbled across this British military camp and were rescued. Neither the sister nor my great grandmother ever really recovered from what I understand, but my grandma did. At the same time, in another village north in Iran, the Turks came in and were burning down my grandpa's village, and my grandpa's dad was in a wheelchair. He had a money belt, stuffed all his money in it, and gave it to grandpa, and just told him to run and don't turn back. And they, in the front doors, he was running out. He never saw his dad again, but he said he turned around and the house on fire. Never knew what happened to his sister. So he was just alone. He ran. Yeah, at some point I can't remember. He lost his money belt. He took his jacket off, forgot it was in it. Something happened. Anyway, so he was in a refugee camp. He ended up getting taken in. So anyway, both of them had lost basically everything. And then at some point they met in Baghdad, started a family, immigrated to France, and then it just so happened to be right before World War II. So the Nazis invaded, my aunt is still alive, but she actually met a resistance fighter, for the French, and under a bridge somewhere, and they fell in love, and she got married. So she had kind of an in on the French resistance at one point. And at first, they were all hungry. They recently immigrated, but also had this Nazi occupation and all that. And so the Uncle Joe, the resistance fighter guy, told them, like, "Hey, we're gonna storm this noodle factory. Like, come." And so they stormed the noodle factory, and all my aunts ran in there and were like throwing out noodles into wheelbarrows, and everybody was running. And then the Nazis came back and took it back over, and like shot a bunch of people and everything. And Grandpa, because he had already come from where he came from, was paranoid, so he buried all the noodles out in the garden. And then my two aunts got stuck in that factory overnight with all the Nazi guards or whatever. And then the Nazi guards went all from house to house to find everybody that had noodles and punish them. But they didn't find my grandpa's. Fortunately, they searched his house, but not the garden. And then so they had noodles, and somehow it must have been in the same factory with them, but olive oil, and they just lived off of that for the whole war years. My aunts ended up getting out of that. They hid behind boxes and crates overnight and stuff, and the resistance stormed again in the morning, and they got away and stuff. But anyway, chaos. So when they moved to America, I would say the most patriotic ever. Loved it. It was like paradise here.
I mean, that's a lot to go through. What lessons do you draw from that on perseverance?
Look, I'm just one generation away from all that stuff. Like my aunts and uncles and dad and stuff were the kids of these people, and somehow I don't have that. What happened to all that trauma? Like it's like somehow my grandparents bore it, and then they were able to build a family, but not just a family, but a happy family. Like I knew all my aunts and uncles, and I didn't know them; they died before me. But it was so much joy. The family reunions were the best thing ever at the Jonases, and this is like, how in one generation did you go from that to that? And it must have been a great sacrifice of some sort to not pass that much like resentment, or like what did they do to that chain in one generation?
Do you think it worked the other way, like where their ability to escape genocide, to escape Nazi occupation, gave them a gratitude for life?
Oh,
it's
yeah.
not a trauma in the sense like you're forever bearing it. The flip side of that is just gratitude to be alive, and so many people did not survive.
Yeah, it must be, because the only footage I saw of my grandma was like they were all kids and stuff, and they were cooking up a rabbit that they were raising, whatever. And they but a joyful woman, you could see it in her, and she must have understood how fortunate she was and been so grateful for it and so thankful for every one of those 11 kids she had. So I recognize it again in my dad, because my dad went through a really slow, kind of painful decline in his health, and he had diabetes, ended up losing one leg, and so he lost his job. He had to watch my mom go to school. All he wanted to do was be a provider, be like a family man. I bet the best time in his life was when his kids ran to him again. But then all of a sudden he found himself in a position where he couldn't work, and he had to watch his wife go to school, which was really hard for her, and become the breadwinner for the family. He just felt like a failure, and I watched him go through that. After all these years of letting that foot heal, we went out first day, and we were splitting firewood with a splitter, and he was just so good to be back. And he crushed his foot in the log splitter. He's like, no. And so then they just amputated it, got both legs amputated, and then his health continued to decline. He lost his movement in his hands, so he was like incapacitated to a degree and in a lot of pain. I would hear him at night in pain all the time. And I delayed a trip back to Russia and just stayed with my dad for those last 6 months, and it was so interesting having had lost everything. I watched him wrestle with it through the years, but then he found his joy and his purpose just in being almost, a vegetable. I'd have to help him pee, I'd have to roll him onto the cot, take him to dialysis, but we would laugh. He would I'd hear him at night crying, or like in pain, like and then in the morning he'd have these encouraging words to say, and that's at another. Wow, that's how you face loss and suffering, and he must have gotten that somehow from his parents. And then I find myself on this show, and I had a thought like, why is this easy to do in a way? Like why is this thing that's and I was like, and it just felt like this gift that had kind of handed down, and now it'd be my duty to hand down. But it's kind of an interesting.
And be the beacon of that, represent that kind of perseverance in the simple way that something like survival in the wilderness shows.
Yeah,
it's the same. It rhymes.
It rhymes, and it's so simple. Like the lessons are simple, and so we can take them and apply them.
So that's on the survivor side. What about on the people committing the atrocities? What do you make of the Ottomans? What they did to Armenians or the Nazis? What they did to the Jews, the Slavs, and basically everyone? But why do you think people do evil?
It's interesting that it's really easy, right? It's really easy. You can almost see it, sense it in yourself to justify a little bit of evil, or you see yourself cheer a little bit when the enemy gets knocked back in some way. Really, in a way, it's just perfectly natural for us to feed that hate and feed that tribalism in group out group. We're on this team, and I think that can happen. I think it just happens slowly, like one justification at a time, one step at a time. You hear something, and it makes you think then that you are in the right to perform some kind of, you're justified in break a couple eggs to make an omelet type thing, and then, but all of a sudden that takes you down this whole train to where pretty soon you're justifying what's completely unjustifiable.
This is gradual.
Yeah,
it's a gradual process, a little bit at a time.
I think that's why, like for me, like having a path of faith is like works as like a mooring, because it can help me shine that light on myself. It's like something else. Because if you're just looking at yourself and looking within yourself for your compass in life, it's really easy to get that thing out of whack. But you kind of need a perspective from which you can step out of yourself and look in yourself and judge yourself accordingly. Am I walking in line with that ideal? And I think without that check, you're subject. It's easy to ignore the fact that you might be able to commit those things, but we live in a pretty easy, comfortable society. Like, what if we pictured yourself in the position of my grandparents, and then all of a sudden you got the upper hand in some kind of fight? What are you going to do? You definitely picture becoming evil in that situation.
I think one thing faith in God can do is humble you before these kinds of complexities of the world. And humility is a way to avoid the slippery slope towards you. Humility that you don't know who the good guys and the bad guys are.
Mm-hmm.
And you defer that to sort of bigger powers to try to understand.
Yeah.
I think there's a kind of, a lot of the atrocities were committed for people who are very sure of themselves being good.
Yeah, that's so true.
It is sad that religion is at times used as a way to just, is yet another tool for justification, which is a sad application of religion.
It really is. It's so inherent and so natural in us to justify ourselves. It's really. I think it's almost. Just understanding history, read history. It blows my mind that, and I'm super thankful that somehow, and this has been missed so much, but somehow this ideology arose that love your enemies, forgive those that persecute you, and just on down the line, that something like that rose in the world into a position where we all kind of accept those ideals. I think is really remarkable and worth appreciating. That said, a lot of that gets wrapped up in what is so natural. This becomes another instrument for tribalism or another justification for wrong. And so I even myself am self-conscious sometimes talking about matters of faith, because I know what I'm talking about something else other than, everybody within what someone else might think of when they hear me talking about it. So it's interesting.
Yeah, I've been listening to Jordan Peterson talk about this. He has a way of articulating things, which are sometimes hard to understand in the moment, but when they read it carefully afterwards, it starts to make more sense. I've heard him talk about religion and God as a kind of base layer, like a metaphorical substrate from which morality of our sense of what is right and wrong comes from, and just our conceptions of what is beautiful in life. All these kinds of higher things that are fuzzy. Understand that their religion helps create this substrate from which we as a species, as a civilization, can come up with these notions, and without it, you are lost at sea. I guess for him, morality requires that substrate.
Like you said, it's kind of fuzzy. So I've only been able to get clear vision of it when I live it. It's not something you profess or anything like that. It's something that you take seriously and apply in your life. And when you live it, then there's some clarity there. But that it has to be kind of defined. And that's where you come in with the religion and the story. Because if you leave it completely undefined, I don't really know where you go from there. Actually, it's funny to speak to that. I did mushrooms. Have you ever done those?
Mushrooms, yeah.
I've done them a couple times, but one time didn't do that many. The other time more, and I had a really profound experience in helping couch all this in the proper context for myself. So when I did it, I remember I was sitting on a swing and I could see everything was so blissful, except I could see my black hands on these chains, on the swing. But everything else was blissful and kind of amorphous. And I could see the outline of my kids, and I could just feel the love for them. And I was just like, man, I just feel the love. It's so wonderful. But then I would, at times I would try to picture them. I couldn't quite picture the kids, but I could feel the love. And then I started asking all the deepest existential questions I could, and it felt like I just one answer, another answer, another answer. Everything was being answered. And I felt like I was communing with God, whatever you want to say. But I was very aware of the fact that communing was just peeling back the tiniest corner of the infinite. And it just jumped me with every answer I felt like I could have. And it kind of blew me away. And then I asked it, well, if you're the infinite, why did you reveal to me yourself? Why did you use the story of Jesus to reveal yourself? And then that infinite amorphous thing had to somehow take form for us to be able to relate to it. It had to have some kind of a form. But whenever you create a form out of something, you're boxing it in and subjugating it to boundaries and stuff like that. And then that subject to pain and subject to the brokenness and all that. And I was like, oh, wow. And then when I had that thought, then all of a sudden I could relate my dark hands on the chains to the rest of the experience. And then all of a sudden I could picture my children as the children rather than this amorphous feeling of love. It was oh, there's a one on all times side. But then they were bounded. And then once they're bounded, you're subject to the death and to the misunderstanding and to all that. And picture the amoeba or the cell, and when it dies, it turns into a unformed thing. And so we need some kind of form to relate to. So instead of always just talking about God completely intangibly, it kind of gave me a way to relate to it. And I think, oh wow, that was really powerful to me. And putting it in a context that was applicable.
But ultimately, God is the thing that's formless, that is unbounded.
Right.
But we humans need. I mean, that's the purpose of stories. They resonate with something in us. But when you need the bounded nature, the constraints of those stories, otherwise we wouldn't be able to
relate to it.
Can't relate to it.
Yeah.
And then when you look at the stories literally, where you just look at them just as they are, it seems silly, too simplistic.
Right. And then that was always, all my, a lot of my family, a lot of my friends have completely left the faith, and I totally, in a way, I get it, I understand, but I also really see the baby that's being thrown out with the bathwater, and I want to cherish that in a way, I guess.
And it's interesting that you say that the way it's right and wrong is to live it. Sometimes it's probably very difficult to articulate, but
Mm-hmm.
in the living of it, do you realize it?
Yeah, and I'm glad you say that because I've found a lot of comfort in that because I feel somewhat inarticulate a lot of the times. I'm unable to articulate my thoughts, especially on these matters.
Mhm.
And then the just thing is, I just have to, but I do have to, I can live it. I can try to live it, And then what I also am struck with right away is I can't, because you can't love everybody. You can't love your enemies, and you can't, but as placing that in front of you as the ideal is so important to put like a check on your human instincts, on your tribalism, on your you very quickly, like we talked about with evil, it can really quickly take its place in your life. Almost, you almost want to observe it happening, but and so I so much appreciate all the me striving, and that's where I grew up in a Christian family, so I have these like cliches that I didn't really understand, like a relationship with God. Like, what does that mean? But then I realized when I struggled with taking, I actually did try to take it seriously and struggle with what does it mean to live out a life with love and truth. But that's like a wrestling match because it's not that simple. It sounds good, but it's really hard to do. And then you realize you can't do it perfectly, but in that struggle, in that wrestling match is where I actually sense that relationship. And then that's where it kind of gains life and how that really, and I'm sure that relates to what Jordan keeps saying. I'm kidding at in his metaphor.
Yeah, in the striving
Right.
of the ideal, in the striving towards the ideal, you discover how to be a better person.
One thing I noticed really tangibly on Alone was that because I had so many people that were close to me kind of just leave it all together, I was like, I could do that. I actually understand why they do, or I could not. I do have a choice, and so I had to choose at that point to maintain that ideal. And because I could add enough time on Alone, one nice thing, you don't have any distractions. You have all the time in the world to go into your head. And I could add to that in my life. And not only in my life, but I feel like societally and generationally, like I throw it all away and everybody start from square one, or we can try to, redeem what's valuable in this and wrestle with it. And so I chose that path.
Well, I do think it's a kind of wrestling match because when you mentioned Gulag Archipelago, I'm very much a believer that we all have the capacity for good and evil.
Mm-hmm.
And striving for the ideal to be a good human being is not a trivial one. Find the right tools for yourself to be able to be the candle, as you mentioned before. And for that, religion and faith can help. I'm sure there's other ways, but I think it's grounded in understanding that each human is able to be a really bad person and a really good person. And that's like a choice, it's a deliberate choice. And it's a choice that's taken every moment and builds up over time. And the hard part about it is you don't know. You don't always have the clarity using reason to understand what is good, what is right, and what is wrong, and to kind of live it with humility and constant struggle. Because then, yeah, you might wake up in a society where you're committing genocides, and you think you're the good guys, and I think you have to have the courage to realize you're not. It's not always obvious.
It isn't, man.
And only history has the clarity to show who are the good guys and who are the bad guys.
Right. Yeah, wrestle with it. It's like that quote, line between good and evil goes through the heart of every man, and push it this way and that. And our job is to work on that within ourselves.
Yeah, that's the part. It's what I like the full quote talks about the fact that it moves. It moves from the line moves moment by moment, day by day. We have the freedom to move that line. It's like it's a very deliberate thing. It's not like you're born this way.
Yeah,
and and especially in conditions that are like war and peace. Uh, in the case of the camps, you know, absurd levels of injustice in the face of all. And everything is taken away from them. They'll have the choice to be the candle, like the grandmas.
yeah.
By the way, grandmas in like all parts of the world are like the strongest.
Shout out,
ones. Like, I don't know what it is. I don't know. They have this like wisdom that comes from patience, and they've seen it all. They've seen all the bullshit of the people that come and gone, all the abuses of power, all of this. I don't know what it is, and they just keep going.
Right. Yeah, that's so true.
What do you think of, as we've gotten a bit philosophical, what do you think of Werner Herzog's style of narration? I kind of wish he married my life.
Yeah, it's amazing.
Because that documentary is actually in Russian. I think he took a longer series, yeah, and then put narration over it.
Mm-hmm.
And that narration can transform, like, story.
Yeah, he does an incredible job with it. I will say, have you seen the full version? You watched the 4-part full version? You should. You'd like it. It's in Russian, and so you'll get the fullness of that. And it's he had to fit it into a 2-hour format, and so I think what you lose in those extra couple hours is worth watching. And I think you'll like it. So
yeah, they always go pretty dark.
Do they?
He has a very dark sense about nature. There's violence and it's murder.
Yeah, I think that's important to recognize because it's really easy. I mean, especially with what I do and what I talk about, and I see so much of the value of nature. Gosh, I also see like a beautiful moose and a calf running around, and then next week I see a calf ripped to shreds by wolves, and you're just like, oh. And it's not as it's not as Rousseauian as we'd like to think. It is. Things must die for things to live, like you said, and that's just played out all the time, and it's indifferent to you. Doesn't care if you live or die, and doesn't care how you die or how much pain you go through while it's like it's pretty brutal. So that it's interesting that he taps into that, and I think it's valuable because it's easy to idealize.
Yeah, the indifference is. I don't know what to make of it. There isn't a difference. It's a bit scary, a bit lonely.
Mm-hmm.
You're just a cog in the machine of nature. I think it doesn't really care for you.
Totally. I think that's something that's dealt with a lot on that show. That's part of the depths of your psychology delve into. And that's when I thought like I could understand that deeply, but I could also choose to believe that for some reason it matters. Then I could live like it matters, and then I could see the trajectories. And that was another fork in the road of my path.
What do you think about the connection to the animals? So in that movie, it's with the dogs, and with you, it's the other domesticated, the reindeer. What do you think about that human-animal connection?
In the context of that indifference, isn't it interesting that we assign so much value and love and appreciation for these animals, and then the degree we get that back? I think right now you said the reindeer. I think of the one they gave me because he was long and tall, so they named him Gleamy. And I just remember gleaning me and just watching him eat the leaves and go with me through the woods and trust him to take me through rivers and stuff. And it really is special. It's really enriching, to have that relationship with an animal. And I think it also puts you in a proper context. One thing I noticed about the natives who live with those animals all the time is they relate to life and death a little more naturally. It feels, we feel really removed from it, particularly in urban settings. And I think when you interact with animals and you have to confront the life and the death of them and the responsibility of the symbiotic relationship you have. I think it opens a little bit of awareness to your place in the puzzle and puts you in it rather than above it.
Have you been able to accept your own death?
I wonder, you wonder when it actually comes, what you're gonna think. But I did have, my dad to watch, confront it in as positive a manner as you could, and that's a big advantage. And so I think when the time comes that I will be ready, but I think that's easy to say when the time feels far off. It'll be interesting if you got a cancer diagnosis tomorrow and stage 4. Be heavy.
Did you ever confront death while in survival situations? When you're, you're in.
I did have a time. I had a time where I thought I might have to die. I had a lot of situations that could have gone either way. A lot of injuries, broken ribs, and this and that. The one that I was able to be conscious through a slowly evolving experience that I thought I might die in was at one point we were siphoning gas out of a barrel, and it was almost at the bottom, and I was sucking really hard to get the gas out. And then I didn't get the siphon gun, so I waited, and then while I was sitting there, Europe put a new canister on top and put the hose in, and I didn't see, and so then I went to get another siphon. Sucked as hard as I could, and just instantly a bunch of gas filled my mouth, and I couldn't spit it out. I had to go like that, and I just full mouthful of gas that I just drank, and I was just oh, what is that gonna do? And he and my friend were gonna go on this fishing trip, and so was I. And I was just I might just stay. And I was in this little Russian village, and they're all right, well. Even Euro was man, I had a buddy that died doing that with diesel a couple of years ago. And I was oh man. And so anyway, I made my way to the hospital, and by then, you're really out of it. And then, they put me in this little dark room. It almost sounds unrealistic, but it's exactly how it happened. They put me in a little room with a toilet, and they gave me a cold, galvanized bucket, and then just had a cold water faucet. They're just chug water, puking to the toilet, and just flush your system as much as you can. But they only had a cold water faucet, so I was just sitting there chug until puke and chug until you puke, and I'm in the dark, and I was starting to shiver because I was so cold. But I said still you can stand up for me and chug. I was picturing. I remember reading how Japanese torture where they would put a hose in somebody and then make them drink water until they puke. Anyway, and I just felt so. The only way I can express it, I felt so possessed, demons. I was just permeated with gas. I could feel it just coming out of my pores, and I wanted to rip it out of me, and I couldn't. I'd puke into the toilet. Couldn't see, but I was wondering if it was rainbow. and then I just remember I could tell I was going out pretty soon, and I remember looking at my hands up close so I could see them a little bit, and I was oh, that's how Dad's hands. They're alive, and then interesting. My hand's gonna look like that in a few minutes or whatever. So then I wrote down to my family what I thought. I love you all. Feel at peace. Blah blah blah. And then I passed out. I didn't think. I actually thought. When I went to pass out, I thought there was a coin toss for me. So I really felt like I was confronting the end there.
What are the harshest conditions to survive?
Well, there are places that are just purely uninhabitable. But I think as far as places that you have a chance.
Chance. That's a good way to put
it. Maybe Greenland. I think of Greenland because I think of those Vikings that settled there were rugged, capable dudes, and they didn't make it. But there are Inuit that natives that live up there, but it's a hard life, and the population's never grown very big because they're scraping by up there. And you picture, and the Vikings that did land there, they just weren't able to quite adapt. And the fact that they all died out is just a symbol that must be a pretty difficult place to live.
Well, what would you say that's primarily because just the food sources are limited?
The food sources are limited, but the fact that some people can live there means it is possible. They figured out ways to catch catch seals and do things to survive, but it's by no means easier to be taken for granted or obvious. I think it's probably a harsh place.
Yeah, it's fascinating, not just humans, but to watch how animals have figured out how to survive. I'm watching like a documentary on polar bears, like they just figure out a way, and they've been doing it for generations, and they figure out a way. They travel like hundreds of miles to to the water to get fat, and then they travel 100 miles to like for whatever other purpose of because they want to stay on the ice. I don't know. But it's like there's a process, and they figure it out against the long odds, and some of them don't make it.
It's incredible. What a tough thing. Man. You just think every animal you see up in the mountains when I'm up in the woods, that thing just surviving through the winter scraping by.
What do you think it would take to break you? To say mentally. Like if you're in a survival situation.
I mean, I think it would have to be. Well, we talked about that earlier. I guess the thing that I've confronted that I thought I knew, that if I knew I was the last person I would do it. Like I thought, but maybe you're right. Because I think I wasn't. But I think I can't imagine. We're so blessed in the time we live. Like, but I can't imagine what it's like to lose your kids, something like that. It was an experience that was so common for humanity for so much of history. Would I be able to endure that? I would have at least a legacy to look back on of people who did, but God forbid I ever have to delve that deep. You know what I mean? That I could see that breaking somebody.
And I mean, in your own family history, there's people that survived that.
Right.
Maybe that would give you hope.
I think that's what I would have to somehow hold on to.
But in a survival situation, there's very few things.
I don't know what it would be like. On alone, I knew I wasn't gonna. And ultimately, it is a game show. So it's like ultimately, I'm gonna show myself out there. It's like, but so if I hadn't been able to procure food and I was starving to death, like, okay, I'm not. But like if you put yourself in that situation, but it's not a game show. And having been there to some degree, I will say I wasn't even close. Like I don't even know. Yeah, I hadn't pushed my mental limit at all yet. I would say, or on the scale. But that's not to say there isn't one. I know there is one, but I have a hard time. I know I've dealt with enough pain and enough discomfort in life that I know I can deal with that. I think it gets difficult when there's a way out and you start to wonder if you shouldn't take the way out, as far as like if there's no way out. I don't know.
Oh, that's interesting. I mean, that is a real difficult battle when there's an exit, when it's easy to quit.
Right.
Yeah, that's the thing that like gets louder and louder the harder it gets. That voice.
Totally. It's not insignificant. Like if you think you're doing you think you're doing permanent damage to your body, you would be smart to quit. You should just not do that when it's not necessary, because health is kind of all you have in some regards. So, I don't blame anyone when they quit because of that reason. But if you're in a situation and you don't have the option to quit, is knowing that you're doing something that's not going to break me. It is. You just have to get through it. I'm not sure what my mental limit would be outside of like the family suffering in the way that I described earlier.
And it's just you. It's you.
Right.
There's the limit. You don't know what the limit is. Injuries, physical stuff is annoying.
No.
That could be.
Isn't it weird how, like, I mean, I can have a good life, happy life, and then you have a bad back or you have a headache. And it's amazing how much that can overwhelm your experience. And again, that was something I saw in Dad that was like, interesting. How can you find joy in that when you're just steeped in that all the time. And people, I'm sure listening, there's a lot of people that do, and it's so like and talk about the cross to bear and the like like good for you for trying to find your way through that. There was a lady in Russia, Tanya, and she had cancer, recovered, but always had a headache. And she was really joyful and really fun to be around. And I just like, man, you just have to have a really bad headache for today to know how much that throws a wrench in your existence. So all that to say, if you're not right now suffering with blindness or a bad back or like blessings, because it's so easy to have. It's amazing how complex we are, how well our bodies work, and when they go out of whack, it can be very overwhelming, and they all will at some point. And so that's an interesting thing to think ahead on, how you're going to confront it. It keeps you humble, like you said.
It's inspiring that people figure out a way. With migraines, that's a hard one, though. You have headaches.
It's so hard.
And those can be really painful. And it's like and dizzying and all this stuff. That's inspiring. That's inspiring.
There's nothing in that. I mean, if you can find somehow you can tap into purpose even in that pain. I guess I would just speak from my dad's experience. I saw somebody do it, and I benefited from it. So thanks to him for seeing a higher calling there.
You wrote a note on your blog in 2012. You spent 5 weeks-ish in the forest alone. I just thought it was interesting because this is in contrast to on the show Alone.
Mm-hmm.
You are really alone. You're not talking to anybody. You realize that. You're right. I remember at one point after several weeks had passed, I went into a particularly beautiful part of the woods and exclaimed out loud, "Wow!" It struck me that it was the first time I had heard my own voice in several weeks with no one to talk to. What did your thoughts go into some like deep place?
Yeah, I'd say my mental life is really active. What you end up when you're that long alone. I'll tell you what you won't have is any like skeletons in your closet that are still in your closet. Like you will be forced to confront every person, even the one not. I mean, one thing if you cheated on your wife or something, you'll be confronted with the random dude you didn't say thank you to, and the issue that you didn't resolve. All this stuff that was long gone will come up, and then you'll work through it, and you'll think how you should make it right. And I had a lot of those thoughts while I was out there, and it was so interesting to see what you would just brush over and then and confront it, because in our modern world, when you're always distracted, you just never ever gonna know until you take the time to be alone for a considerable amount of time.
Spend time hanging out with the skeletons.
Yeah, exactly. I recommend it.
So you said you guide people. What are your favorite places to go to?
If I tell them, then everybody.
I like how you actually have it might be a YouTube video or Instagram post where you give a recommendation on like the best fish you know in the world, and like you give detailed instructions how to get there, but it's like a journey or like it's like a Lord of the Rings type of journey.
Right. No, I love the like. There's a region that I definitely love in the States. It's special to me. I grew up there. Stuff like that, Idaho, Wyoming, Montana. Those are really cool places to me. I like the small town vibes. They're still maintaining and stuff there.
A mix of like mountains and forests.
Mm-hmm. But another really awesome that blew my mind was New Zealand. The South Island of New Zealand was pretty incredible. As far as just stunning stuff to see, I was pretty high up there on the list. But there's all these places have such kind of unique things about Canada. Became like where they did Alone, not typically what you'd say, because it's fairly flat and cliffy and stuff, but it really became beautiful to me because I could tap into the richness of the land, or the fishing hole thing. It's like that's a special little spot, something like that, and you see the beauty, and then you start to see the beauty of the smaller scale. Like, oh, look at that little meadow with that. It's got an orange and a pink and a blue flower right next to each other. That's super cool. You know, and there's a million things like that.
Have you been back there yet? Back to where the Alone show was?
No, we're going back this summer. I'm going to take a guided trip up there. I'm really looking forward to being able to enjoy it without the pressure.
What advice would you give to people in terms of how to be in nature? So like hikes to take or journeys to take out of nature, where it could take you to that place where the busyness and the madness of the world can dissipate and you can be with it. How long does it take for you, for people usually? Just like,
I think you need to try it to tap into it, but you know, maybe you need to work your way there. Like, it's awesome to go out on a hike, go see some beautiful little waterfall, or go see some whatever it is, you know, like. But I think just doing is it. You know, everybody thinks about doing it. You just really do it. Like, go out and then plan to go overnight. Don't be so afraid of all the potentialities that you delay it inevitably. You know, it's actually one of the things that I've enjoyed the most about guiding people is giving them the tools so that now they have this ability into the future. You can go out and you're like, I'm going to pick this spot on the map and go there. And that's a tool in the toolkit of life that is, I think, really valuable, because I think everybody should spend some time in nature.
Yeah, I mean, camping is great, and solo. Got a chance to do it solo. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, that's cool. You did.
Yeah, it's cool. And I recorded stuff that helped.
Oh, good, dude.
So you sit there and record the thoughts. Actually, for having to record the thoughts, I had to it forced me to really think through what I was feeling, to convert the feelings into words, which is not a trivial thing, because it's mostly just feeling.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You feel a certain kind of way.
That's interesting. You know, I felt like the way I met my wife was like, you know, we met at this wedding, and then I went to Russia. Basically, we kept in touch via email for that year, and a similar thing. It was really interesting to have to be so thoughtful and purposeful about what you're saying and things. Like, I think it's probably healthy.
What gives you hope about this whole thing we have going on? The future of human civilization.
If we talk, we talked about gratitude earlier. Like, look at what we have now. That could give you hope. Like, look at what the world we're in. We're living in such an amazing time with,
buildings and roads,
airplanes, food security, and I lived with the natives, and I thought to myself a lot, like, I wonder if not everybody would choose this way of life, because there's something really rich about just that small group, direct relationship to your needs, all that. But with the food security and health, modern medicine, the things that we now have that we take for granted, but that I wouldn't choose that life if we didn't have those things. Otherwise, you're going to watch your family starve to death or things like that. So we have so much now, which should lead us to be hopeful while we try to improve, because there's definitely a lot of things wrong, but I guess there's a lot of room for improvement, and I do feel like we're sort of walking on a nice edge, but I guess that's the way it is. Yeah, it's so nice edge is getting sharper and sharper. I've talked, I'll argue with my brother about it sometimes. He takes the more positive view, and I'm like, I mean, it's great, we've done great, but man, more and more people with nuclear weapons, and more. It's just going to take one mistake with more power.
I think there's something about the sharpness of the knife edge that gets humanity to really focus and step up and not screw it up. There's, just like you said with the cold, going out into the extreme cold, it wakes you up. Yeah. I think it's the same thing with nuclear weapons. It just wakes up humanity.
Everybody was half asleep.
Exactly. And then we keep building more and more powerful things to make sure we stay awake.
Yeah, exactly. Stay awake. See what we've done. Be thankful for it, but then improve it. And then, of course, uh, I appreciated your little post the other week where you said you wanted some kids. That's a very direct way to relate to the future and to have hope for the future.
I can't wait. And hopefully, I also get a chance to go out in the wilderness with you at some point.
I would love it.
That'd be fun.
Open invite. Let's make it happen. I got some really cool spots I have in mind to take you.
Awesome. Let's go. Thank you for talking to me, brother. Thank you for everything you stand for.
Thanks, man.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Jordan Jonas. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, let me try a new thing, where I try to articulate some things I've been thinking about, whether prompted by one of your questions or just in general. If you'd like to submit a question, including an audio and video form, go to letsfreeman.com/AMA. Now, allow me to comment on the attempted assassination of Donald Trump on July 13th. First, as I've posted online, wishing Donald Trump good health after an assassination attempt is not a partisan statement. It's a human statement. And I'm sorry if some of you want to categorize me and other people into blue and red days. Perhaps you do it because it's easier to hate than to understand. In this case, you shouldn't matter. Let me say, once again, that I am not right-wing, nor left-wing. I'm not partisan. I make up my mind one issue at a time, and I try to approach everyone and every idea with empathy and with an open mind. I have and will continue to have many long-form conversations with people both on the left and the right. Now, onto the much more important point. The attempted assassination of Donald Trump could serve as a reminder that history returns on a single moment. World War I started with the assassination of Archduke Franz Ferdinand. And just like that, one moment in history, on June 18, 1914, led to the death of 20 million people, half of whom were civilians. If one of the bullets on July 13th had a slightly different trajectory, where Donald Trump would end up dying in that small town in Pennsylvania, history would write a new dramatic chapter, the contents of which all the so-called experts and pundits would not be able to predict. It very well could have led to a civil war, because the true depth of the division of the country is unknown. We only see the surface turmoil on social media and so on. And it is events like the assassination of Archduke Franz Ferdinand where we, as a human species, get to find out what the truth is of where people really stand. The task then is to try and make our society maximally resilient and robust to such destabilizing events. The way to do that, I think, is to properly identify the threat, the enemy. It's not the left or the right that are the quote enemy. Extreme division itself is the enemy. Some division is productive. It's how we develop good ideas and policies. Too much leads to the spread of resentment and hate that can boil over into destruction on a global scale. So we must absolutely avoid the slide into extreme division. There are many ways to do this, and perhaps it's a discussion for another time. But at the very basic level, let's continuously try to turn down the temperature of the partisan bickering and more often celebrate our obvious common humanity. Now, let me also comment on conspiracy theories. I've been hearing a lot of those recently. I think they play an important role in society. They ask questions that serve as a check on power and corruption of centralized institutions. The way to answer the questions raised by conspiracy theories is not by dismissing them with arrogance and feigned ignorance, but with transparency and accountability. In this particular case, the obvious question that needs honest answer is, why did the Secret Service fail so terribly in protecting the former president? The story we're supposed to believe is that a 20-year-old, untrained loner was able to outsmart the Secret Service by finding the optimal location on a roof for a shot on Trump from 130 yards away, even though the Secret Service sniper spotted him on the roof 20 minutes before the shooting and did nothing about it.
This looks really shady to everyone. Why does it take so long to get to a full accounting of the truth of what happened? And why is the reporting of the truth concealed by corporate governance speak? Cut the bullshit. What happened? Who fucked up and why? That's what we need to know. That's the beginning of transparency. And yes, the director of the U.S. Secret Service should probably step down or be fired by the president. And not as part of some political circus that I'm sure is coming, but as a step towards uniting an increasingly divided and cynical nation. Conspiracy theories are not noise, even when they're false. They are a signal that some shady, corrupt, secret bullshit is being done by those trying to hold on to power. Not always, but often. Transparency is the answer here, not secrecy. If we don't do these things, we leave ourselves vulnerable to singular moments that turn the tides of history. Empires do fall. Civil wars do break out and tear apart the fabric of societies. This is a great nation, the most successful collective human experiment in the history of Earth. And letting ourselves become extremely divided risks destroying all of that. So please ignore the political pundits, the political grifters, clickbait media, outrage fueling politicians on the right and the left try to divide us. We're not so divided. We're in this together. As I've said many times before, I love you all. This is a long comment. I'm hoping not to do comments this long in the future and hoping to do many more. So I'll leave it here today. But I'll try to answer questions and make comments on every episode. If you would like to submit questions, like I mentioned, including audio and video form, go to letsfreeman.com/AMA. And now, let me leave you with some words Ralph Waldo Emerson. Adopt the pace of nature. Her secret is patience. Thank you for listening. I hope to see you next time. The following is a conversation with Ivanka Trump, businesswoman, real estate developer, and former senior advisor to the President of the United States. I've gotten to know Ivanka well over the past 2 years. We've become good friends, hitting it off right away over our mutual love of reading, especially philosophical writings from Marcus Aurelius, Joseph Campbell, Alan Watts, Viktor Frankl, and so on. She is truly kind, compassionate, and thoughtful human being. In the past, people have attacked her, in my view, to get indirectly at her dad, Donald Trump, as part of a dirty game of politics and clickbait journalism. These attacks obscured many projects and efforts, often bipartisan, that she helped get done. And they obscured the truth of who she is as a human being. Through all that, she never returned the attacks with anything but kindness, and always walked through the fire of it all with grace. For this, and much more, she is an inspiration, and I'm honored to be able to call her a friend. Oh, and for those living in the United States, happy upcoming 4th of July. It's both an anniversary of this country's Declaration of Independence and an anniversary of my immigrating here to the U.S. I am forever grateful for this amazing country, for this amazing life, for all of you who have given the chance to a silly kid like me. From the bottom of my heart, thank you. I love you all. This is the Lex Friedman podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, dear friends, here's Ivanka. You said that ever since you were young, you wanted to be a builder, that you loved the idea of designing beautiful city skylines, especially in New York City. I love the New York City skyline. So describe the origins of that love.
I think there's both an incredible confidence and a total insecurity that comes with youth. So I remember at 15, I would look out over the city skylines in my bedroom window in New York and imagine where I could contribute and add value in a way that, I look back on and completely laugh at, how confident I was. But I've known since my earliest memories it's something I've wanted to do. And I think fundamentally, I love art. I love expressions of beauty in so many different forms. With architecture, there's the tangible. And I think that marriage of function and something that exists beyond yourself is very compelling. I also grew up in a family where my mother was in the real estate business working alongside my father. My father was in the business, and I saw the joy that it brought to them. I think I had these natural positive associations. They used to send me as a little girl renderings of projects they were about to embark on with notes asking if I would hurry up and finish school so I could come join them. So I had these positive associations, but it came from something within myself. I think that as I got older and as I got involved in real estate, I realized that it was so multidisciplinary. You have, of course, the design, but you also have engineering, the brass tacks of construction, there's time management, there's project planning, just the duration of time to complete one of these iconic structures. It's enormous. You can contribute a decade of your life for one project. So while you have to think big picture, it means you really have to care deeply about the details because you live with them. So it allowed me to flex a lot of areas of interest.
I love that confidence of youth.
It's funny because we're all so insecure, right, in those basic interactions, but yet our ambition is so unreal in a way that kind of makes you blush as an adult. And I think it's fun. It's fun to tap into that energy.
Yeah, where everything is possible. I think the greatest builders kind of always have that little flame of everything is possible still burning. That is a silly notion from youth, but it's not so silly. Everybody tells you something is impossible, but if you continue believing that it's possible, you have that sort of naive notion that you can do it, even if it's exceptionally difficult. That naive notion turns into some of the greatest projects I've done. Going out to space or building a new company where everybody said it's impossible, or taking on that gigantic company and disrupting them and revolutionizing how stuff is done. We're doing it huge building projects. And like you said, so many people are involved in making that happen.
We get conditioned out of that feeling.
Yeah.
We start to become insecure, and we start to rely on the input of validation of others, and it takes us away from that sort of core drive and ambition. So it's fun to reflect on that, and also to smile, right? Because whether you can execute or not, time will tell. but yeah, no, that was very much my childhood.
Yeah, of course, it's important to also have the humility once you get humbled and realize that it's actually a lot of work to build. I still am amazed just looking at big buildings, big bridges, that human beings are able to get together and build those things. That's one of my favorite things about architecture. Just wow, it's a manifestation of the fact that humans can collaborate and do something epic, much bigger than themselves. A statue.
I think in some ways you look out at different city skylines, and it's almost like a visual depiction of ambition realized, right? It's a testament to somebody's dream, just not somebody, whole ensemble of people's dreams and visions and triumphs, and in some cases failures if the projects weren't properly executed. So you look at these skylines and it's a testament to that. I actually heard once architecture described as frozen music. That really resonated with me.
I love thinking about a city skyline as an ensemble of dreams realized.
I remember the first time I went to Dubai, and I was watching them dredging out and creating these man-made islands. And I remember somebody once saying to me, they're an architect actually who collaborated with us on our tower in Chicago. he said that the only thing that limited what an architect could do in that area was gravity and imagination. So it's, you know.
Yeah, but gravity is a tricky one to work against. And that's where civil engineering is one of my favorite things. I used to build bridges in high school for physics classes. You have to build bridges and you compete on how much weight they can carry relative to their own weight. You study how good it is by finding its breaking point. And that was a deep appreciation on a miniature scale, on a large scale, what people are able to do with civil engineering. Because gravity is a tricky one to fight against.
It definitely is. I mean, bridges, I mean, some of the iconic designs in our country are incredible bridges.
So if we think of skylines as ensembles of dreams realized, you spent quite a bit of time in New York. What do you love about it? What do you think about the New York City skyline? What's a good picture? We're looking here at a few. I mean, looking over the water.
I think the water is an unbelievable feature of the New York skyline. As you see the island on approach, and oftentimes you'll see, like in these images, you'll see these towers reflecting off of the water surface. So I think there's something very unique about that. When I look at New York, I see this unbelievable sort of tapestry of different types of architecture. So you have the Gothic form, as represented by buildings like the Woolworth Building, or you'll have Art Deco as represented by buildings like 40 Wall Street, or the Chrysler Building, or Rockefeller Center. And then you'll have these unbelievable super modern examples, or modernist examples, like Leader House and Seagram's House. Have all of these different styles. And I think to build in New York, you're really building the best of the best. So nobody's giving New York their sort of second-rate work. Especially when a lot of those buildings were built, there was this incredible competition happening between New York and Chicago for kind of dominance of the sky and for who could create the greatest skyline. Sort of race to the sky when skyscrapers were first being built, starting in Chicago and New York, surpassing that in terms of height at least. With the Empire State Building. So I love sort of the texture lessons skylines as well, and thinking back to when different components that are so iconic were added and the context in which they came into being.
I gotta ask you about this. There's a pretty cool page that I've been following, an architecture and tradition, and they celebrate the traditional schools of architecture. And you mentioned Gothic, the tapestry. This is in Chicago, the Tribune Tower in Chicago. So what do you think about that? Sort of the old and the new mixed. Do you like Gothic?
I think it's hard to look at something like the Tribune Tower and not be completely in awe. Like, this is an unbelievable building. Look at those buttresses, and it's got gargoyles hanging off of it. And this style was reminiscent of the cathedrals of Europe, which was very kind of in vogue in like the 1920s here in America. Actually, I mentioned the Woolworth Tower before. The Woolworth Tower was actually referred to as the Cathedral of Commerce, and because it also was in that Gothic style. So this was built maybe a decade before the Tribune Building. But the Tribune Building, to me, is almost not replicable. It personally really resonates with me because one of the first projects I ever worked on was building Trump Chicago, which was this beautiful, elegant, super modern, all glass skyscraper right across the way. So it was right across the river. So I would look out the windows as it was under construction, or be standing quite literally on rebar of the building, looking out at the Tribune, and incredibly inspired. And now the reflective glass of the building reflects back not only the river, but also the Tribune Building and other buildings on Michigan Avenue.
Do you like it when the reflective properties of the glass is part of the architecture?
I think it depends. Like, they have super reflective glass. Sometimes doesn't work. It's distracting. I think it's one component of sort of a composition that comes together. I think in this case, the glass on Trump Chicago is very beautiful. It was designed by Adrian Smith of Skidmore, Owings and Merrill, a major architecture firm, who actually did the Burj Khalifa Dubai, which is, I think, like an awe-inspiring example of modern architecture. But glass is tricky. You have to get the shade right. Some glass has a lot of iron in it, and it's super green, and that's a choice. And sometimes you have more blue properties, blue silver, like you see here. But it's part of the character.
How do you know what it's actually going to look like when it's done? Like, is it possible to imagine that? Because I feel like there's so many variables.
I think so. I think if you have a vivid imagination and if you sit with it, and then if you also go beyond the rendering, right? You have to live with the materials. So you don't build a 92-story building, glass curtain wall, and not deeply examine the actual curtain wall before purchasing it. So you have to spend a lot of time with the actual materials, not just the beautiful sort of artistic renderings, which can be incredibly misleading. Um, the goal is actually that the end result is much, much more compelling than what the architect or artist rendered, but oftentimes that's very much not the case. Sometimes also you mentioned context. Sometimes I'll see renderings of buildings. I'm like, wait, what about the building right to the left of it that's blocking 80% of its views of the? Architects will remove things that are inconvenient. You have to be rooted in
Reality.
reality, exactly.
And I love the notion of living with the materials, in contrast to living in the imagined world of the drawings. So they're both probably important to continue to existence, but you also have to be rooted in like what things actually going to look like in the context of everything else.
100%.
One of the underlying principles of the page you just mentioned, and I hear folks mention this a lot, is that modern architecture is kind of boring. It lacks soul and beauty. And you just spoke with admiration for both modern and for Gothic, for older architecture. So do you think there's truth that modern architecture is boring?
I'm living in Miami currently, so I see a lot of super uninspired glass boxes on the waterfront, but I think exceptional things shouldn't be the norm. They're typically rare. So, and I think in modern architecture, you find an abundance of amazing examples of super compelling and innovative building designs. I mean, I mentioned the Burj Khalifa. It is awe-inspiring. This is an unbelievably striking example. example of modern architecture. You look at some older examples, the Sydney Opera House. And so I think there's unbelievable. I mean, it's like a needle in the sky.
Yeah, reaching out to the stars.
It's huge, and in the context of a city where there's a lot of height.
Yeah.
So it's unbelievable. But I think one of the things that's probably exciting me the most about architecture right now is the innovation that's happening within it. You know, there's an example of robotic fabrication, there's 3D printing. Your friend, and who you introduced me to not too long ago, Mary Oxman, what she's doing at the intersection of biology and technology, and thinking about how to create more sustainable development practices, quite literally trying to create materials that will biodegrade back into the earth. I think there's something really cool happening now with the rediscovery of ancient building techniques. So we have self-healing concrete that was used by the Romans, an art and a practice of using volcanic ash and lime that's now being rediscovered and is more critical than ever as we think about how much of our infrastructure relies on concrete and how much of that is failing on the most basic level. So I think actually it's a really, really exciting time for innovation in architecture. And I think there are some incredible examples of modern design that are really exciting. But generally, I think Roosevelt said that comparison is the thief of joy. So it's hard. You know, you look at the Tribune building, you look at some of these iconic structures. One of the buildings I'm most proud to have worked on was the historical post office building in Washington, D.C. You look at a building like that, and it feels like it has no equal.
Also, there's a psychological element where people tend to want to complain about the new and celebrate the old.
Oh, it's like the history of time. So.
There's just people are always kind of skeptical and concerned about change. And it's true that there's a lot of stuff that's new, that's not good, it's not going to last, it's not going to stand the test of time, but some things will. And there's just like in modern art, in modern music, there's going to be artists that stand the test of time. And we'll later look back and celebrate them. Those are the, when you just step back, what do you love about architecture? Is it the beauty? Is it the function?
I'm most emotionally drawn, obviously, to the beauty. But I think as somebody who's built things, I really believe that the form has to follow the function. Like there's nothing uglier than a space that is ill-conceived. That you know, otherwise it's decoration. And I think that after sort of that initial reaction to seeing something that's aesthetically really pleasing to me when I look at a building or a project, of sort of thinking about how it's being used. So having been able to build so many things in my career and worked on so many incredible projects, I mean, it's really, really rewarding after the fact to have somebody come up to you and tell you that they got engaged in the lobby of your building, or they got married in the ballroom, and share with you some of those experiences. So to me, that's equally as beautiful. The use cases for these unbelievable projects, but I think it's all of it. I love that you've got the construction and you've got the design, you've got the interior design, you've got the financing elements, the marketing elements, and it's all wrapped up in this one effort. So to me, it's exciting to sort of flex in all those different ways.
Yeah, like you said, it's dreams realized, hard work realized. I mean, probably on the bridge side is why I love the function. In terms of function being primary, you just think of like millions of bridges.
Go down. You had. Look at that.
Yeah, this is Devil's Bridge in Germany.
I wouldn't say it's like the most practical design, but look how beautiful that is.
Yeah, so this is probably, well, we don't know. We need to interview some people. The function holds up, but in terms of beauty, like we were talking about, using the water for the reflection, and the shape it creates. I mean, there's an elegance to the shape of a bridge.
It's interesting that they call it Devil's Bridge, because to me, this is very ethereal. You know, I think about the ring, the circle, life.
There's nothing about this that makes me feel, maybe they're just being ironic. Yeah, exactly. Maybe
nobody's ever successfully
crossed the bridge, yeah. But I mean, to me, there's just iconic. I love looking at bridges because of the function. It's the Brooklyn Bridge or the Golden Gate Bridge, and those are probably my favorites in the United States. Just in a city, to be able to look out and see the skyline combined with suspension bridge, and thinking of all the millions of cars that pass, like the busyness, like us humans getting together and going to work, building cool stuff, and just the bridge kind of represents the turmoil and the busyness of the city as it creates. It's cool.
And the connectivity as well.
Yeah, the network of roads all come together. So the bridge is the ultimate combination of function and beauty.
I remember when I was first learning about bridges, studying the cable stay versus the suspension bridge. And I mean, you actually built many replicas, so I'm sure you'll have a point of view on this, but they really are so beautiful. And you mentioned the Brooklyn Bridge, but growing up in New York, that was as much a part of the architectural story and tapestry of that skyline as any building that's seen in it. So.
What in general is your philosophy of design and building and architecture?
Well, some of the most recent projects I worked on prior to government service were the old post office building, and almost simultaneously Trump Doral in Miami. So these were both two just massive undertakings, both redevelopments, which in a lot of cases, having worked on ground up construction, redevelopment projects are in a lot of ways much more complicated because you have existing attributes, but also a lot of limitations you have to work within, especially when you're repurposing a use. So this the old post office building on Pennsylvania Avenue.
So beautiful.
It's unbelievable. So this was a Romanesque revival building built in the 1890s on America's Main Street to symbolize American grandeur. And at the time, there were post office being built in this style across the country, but this being really the defining one. Still to this day, the tallest habitable structure in Washington, the tallest structure being the monument, the nation's only vertical park, which is that clock tower. But you've got these thick granite walls, those carved granite turrets. Just an unbelievable building. You've got this massive atrium that runs through the whole center of it that is topped with glass. So having the opportunity to spearhead a project like that was so exciting, and actually it was my first renovation project. So I came to it with a tremendous amount of energy, vigor, and humility about how to do it properly, and ensuring I had all the right people. We had accountants, federal and local government agencies that would oversee every single decision we made. But in advance of even having the opportunity to do it, there was a close to 2-year request for proposal, like a process that was put out by the General Services Administration. It was this really arduous government procurement process that we were competing against so many different people for the opportunity, which a lot of people said it was a gigantic waste of time. But I looked at that, and I think so did a lot of the other bidders, and say it's worth trying to put the best vision forward.
So you fell in love with this project. Is there some interesting details about what it takes to do renovation? Is there about some of the challenges or opportunities? Because you want to maintain the beauty of the old, and now like upgrade the functionality, I guess, and maybe modernize some aspects to it without destroying what made the building magical in the first place.
So I think the greatest asset was already there. The exterior of the building, which we meticulously restored, and any addition to it had to be done sort of very gently in terms of any signage additions. The interior spaces were completely dilapidated. It had been a post office and was used for a really rundown food court and government office spaces. It was actually losing $6 million a year when we got the concession to build it and won and became one of, I think, a great example of public-private partnerships working together. But I think the biggest challenge in having such a radical use conversion is just how you lay it out. So the amount of time I would get on that Excel twice a week, 3 times a week to spend day trips down to Washington, and we would walk every single inch of the building, laying out the floor plans, debating over the configuration of a room. There were almost 300 rooms, and there were almost 300 layouts. So nothing could be repeated. Whereas when you're building from scratch, you tend, you have a box, and you decide where you want to add, potential elements, and you kind of can stack the floor plan all the way up. But when you're working within a building like this, every single room is different. You see the setbacks. So the setback then required you to move the plumbing. So there was no. It was really a labor of love. And to do something like this, and that's why I think renovation. We had it with Doral as well. It was 700 rooms over 650 acres of property, and so every single unit was very different and complicated. Not as complicated in some ways. The scale of it was so massive, but not as complicated as the old post office. But it required a level of precision. And I think in real estate, you have a lot of people who design on plan, and a lot of people who are in the business of sort of acquiring and flipping. So it's more financial engineering than it is building, and they don't spend the time sort of sweating these details that make something great and make something functional, and you feel it in the end result. But I mean, blood, sweat, tears, years of my life for those projects, and it was worth it. I enjoyed almost every moment.
So to you, it's not about the flipping. To you, it's about the art of and the function of the thing that you're creating. What's design on plan? I'm learning new things today.
When proposals are put forth by an architect and really just the plan is accepted and in the case of a renovation, like if you're not walking those rooms, the number of times a beautifully laid out room was on a blueprint, and then I'd go to Washington and I'd walk that floor and I'd realize that there was a column that ran right up through the middle of the space where, the bed was supposed to be, or the toilet was supposed to be, or the shower. So there's a lot of things that are missed when you do something conceptually without sort of rooting it in the actual structure. And that's why I think even, with ground up construction as well, people who aren't constantly on their job sites, constantly walking the projects, there's just a lot that's missed.
I mean, there's a wisdom to the idea that we talked about before, live with the materials and walking the construction, walking the rooms. I mean, that's what you hear from like Steve Jobs, like Elon. That's why you live on the factory floor. That's why you constantly obsess about the details, the actual, not only the plans, but the physical reality of the product. I mean, the insanity of Steve Jobs and Johnny Ive working together on like making it perfect, making the iPhone, the early designs, prototypes, making that perfect, like what it actually feels like in the hand. You have to be there, like as close to the metal as possible to truly understand.
And you have to love it in order to do that.
Right. It shouldn't be about how much it's going to sell for and all that kind of stuff. You have to love the art.
Because for the most part, you can probably get 90, maybe 95% of the end result, unless something is terribly gone awry by not caring with that level of almost like maniacal precision. But you'll notice that 10% for the rest of your life, So I think that extra effort, that passion, I think that's what separates good from great.
If we go back to that
I have a question. That's not what I think about. Nope. Yes, again. No, I just want to ask a question. I want to be. Is it possible to turn on a camera, Discord server? Can I ask why you're so mean to me? What did I do to make you upset? So you can't even tell me the exact reason, yet you want to be mad at me? Can we start over? Can we start over? If you can't even remember why you're mad at me, we spoke about it. Well, I could say that data. Okay, so let's talk about this. I fuck chicks, and I probably fuck more chicks than you've even met. So with that, and I've never fucked a dude. Oh, I wish I had a dad bod theory. I have a dad bod much older than that. Now, when it comes to stopping World War III, that's not what I do. Data is Earth's number one resource. I have more data online than any person. It's more valuable than any stuff. That's what I do. Monetize it this way. If you don't understand that from the I appreciate it. Oh, will you be? Will you not be there?
young Ivanka, the confidence of youth. And if you could talk about your mom, she had a big influence on you. You told me she was an adventurer, Olympic skier and a businesswoman. What did you learn about life from your mother?
So much. She passed away 2 years ago now. And she was a remarkable woman. She was a trailblazer in so many different ways. As an athlete, growing up in communist Czechoslovakia, as a fashion mogul, as a real estate executive and builder, just this all-around trailblazing businesswoman. I also learned from her, aside from that element, how to really enjoy life. I look back and some of my happiest memories of her are in the ocean, lying on her back, looking up at the sun and just so in the moment, or dancing. She loved to dance. So she really taught me a lot about living life to its fullest. And she had so much courage, so much conviction, so much energy, and a complete comfort with who she was.
What do you think about that? I mean, Olympic athlete, the trade-off between like ambition, just wanting to do big things and pursuing that and giving your all to that, and being able to relax and just throw your arms back and enjoy the moment, every moment of life. But like that trade-off, what do you think about that trade-off?
I think because she was this unbelievable, formidable athlete, and because of the discipline she had as a child, I think it made her value those moments more as an adult. And I think she was a great balance of the two that we all hope to find. And she was able to find both incredibly serious and formidable. I remember as a little girl, I used to literally traipse behind her at the Plaza Hotel, which she oversaw, and actually kind of was her old post office. It was this unbelievable historic hotel in New York City. And I'd follow her around at construction meetings and on job sites, and there she is, dancing. That's funny that that's the picture you pull up.
I'm sorry.
That's
You
great.
just look great in that picture.
That's great. She had such a joy to her, and she was so unabashed in her perspective and her opinions. I mean, she made my father look reserved. Whatever she was feeling, whatever, she was just very expressive. And a lot of things.
She, as you mentioned, grew up during the Prague Spring in 1968, and that had a big impact on human history. And my family came from the Soviet Union, and then the 20th century. The story of the 20th century is a lot of Eastern Europe, the Soviet Union tried the ideas of communism, and it turned out that a lot of those ideas resulted into a lot of suffering. So why do you think the communist ideology failed?
I think fundamentally, as people, we desire freedom. We want agency. And my mom's like a lot of other people who grew up in similar situations where she didn't like to talk about it that often.
Mm-hmm.
So one of my real regrets is that I didn't push her harder. So I think back to the conversations we did have, and I try to imagine what it's like. She was at Charles University in Prague, which was really like a focal point of the reforms that were ushered in during the Prague Spring and the liberalization agenda that was happening. The dance halls were opening, the student activists, and she was attending university there right at that same time. So the contrast to this feeling of freedom and progress and liberalization in the spring, and then it's so quickly being crushed in the fall of that same year when the Warsaw Pact countries and the Soviet Union rolled in to put down and ultimately roll back all those reforms. So for her to have lived through that, she didn't come to North America until she was 23 or 24. That was her life. As as a young girl, she was on the junior national ski team for Czechoslovakia. My grandfather used to train her. He used to put the skis on her back and walk up the mountain in Czechoslovakia because there were no ski lifts. She actually made me do that when I was a child, just to let me know what her experience had been. If I complained that it was cold out, she's like, "Well, you didn't have to walk up the mountain. You'd be warm if you carried the skis on your back." And up the last run.
I feel like they made people tougher back then. Like my grandma, and you mentioned, it's funny, they go through some of the darkest things that a human being can go through, and they don't talk about it, and they have a general positive outlook on life, like that's deeply rooted in the knowledge of what life could be.
Yeah.
Like how bad it can get. My grandma survived Holodomor in Ukraine, which is a mass starvation brought on by the collectivist policies of the Stalin regime, and then she survived the Nazi occupation of Ukraine. Never talked about it. Probably went through extremely dark, extremely difficult times, and then just always had a positive outlook on life, and also made me do very difficult physical activity. Just to humble you. Like kids these days are soft kind of energy, which I'm deeply, deeply grateful for. On all fronts, including just having hardship and including just physical hardship flung at me. I think that's really important.
You wonder how much of who they were was a reaction to their experience. Would she have naturally had that sort of forward-looking, great, optimistic orientation, or was it a reaction to our childhood? I think about that, and I look at this picture of my mom, and she was unabashedly herself. She loved flamboyance and glamour, and in some ways, I think it probably was a direct reaction to this very austere, controlled childhood. This was one expression of it. I think her, how she dressed and how she presented. I think her entrepreneurial spirit and love of capitalism and all things American was another manifestation of that I grew up with. I remember the story she used to tell me about when she was 14 and she was going to neighboring countries, and as an athlete you were given freedoms that you wouldn't otherwise be afforded in these societies under communist rules. So she was able to travel where most of her friends never would be able to leave Czechoslovakia, and she would come back from all of these trips, and the first place where she'd do ski races in Austria and elsewhere, the first thing she had to do was check in at the local police. And she'd sit down, and she had enough wisdom routine to know that she couldn't appear to be lying by not being impressed by what she saw and the fact that you could get an orange in the winter, but she couldn't be too excited by it that she'd become a flight risk. So give enough details that you're believable, but not so many that you're not trusted. And imagine that as a 14-year-old, that experience and having to navigate the world that way. And she told me that eventually all those local police officers, they came to love her because one of the things she'd do is smuggle that stuff back from these countries and give it to them to give their wives perfume and stockings. And so she figured out the system pretty quickly. But it's a very different experience from what I was navigating and the pressures and challenges me as a 14-year-old was dealing with. So I have so much respect and admiration for her.
Yeah, hardship clarifies what's important in life. You and I have talked about Man's Search for Meaning, that book. Having kind of an ultimate hardship clarifies that finding joy in life is not about the environment, it's about your outlook on that environment. And there's beauty to be found in any situation.
Yeah.
And also in that particular situation, when everything is taken from you, the thing you start to think about is the people you love. And Man's Search for Meaning, Viktor Frankl thinking about his wife and how much he loves her. And that love was the flame that
the warmth that kept him excited. The fun thing to think about when everything else is gone. So we sometimes forget that with the busyness of life, you get all this fun stuff we're talking about, like building and being a creative force in the world. At the end of the day, what matters is just like the other humans in your life, the people you love. That's the simple stuff.
Viktor Frankl is somebody, and that book and just his philosophy in general is so inspiring to me. But I think so many people, they say they want happiness, but they want conditional happiness. When this and this a thing happens or under these circumstances, then I'll be happy. And I think what he showed is that we can sort of cultivate these virtues within ourselves regardless of the situation we find ourselves in. And in some ways, I think the meaning of life is the search for meaning in life. It's the relationships we have and we form. It's the experience we have. It's how we deal with the suffering that life inevitably presents to us. And Viktor Frankl does an amazing job highlighting that under the most horrific circumstances. And I think it's just super inspiring.
He also shows that you can get so much from just like small joys, like getting a little more soup today than you did yesterday. I mean, it's the little stuff. If you allow yourself to love the little stuff of life, it's all around you. It's all there. So you don't need to like have these ambitious goals and the comparison being a thief of joy, that kind of stuff. Just like it's all around us, the ability to eat. When I was in the jungle and I got severely dehydrated because there's no water, you run out of water real quick. And I mean, the joy I felt when I got the drink. Like I didn't care about anything else. Speaking of things that matter in life, I would start to fantasize about water. And that was bringing me joy.
You can tap into this feeling at any time.
Exactly. I was just tapping into it.
Go into your bathroom, turn on the sink, and watch the water.
Oh, for sure. For sure. I mean, people really, it's good to have stuff taken away for a time. That's why struggle is good, to make you appreciate, to have a deep gratitude for when you have it. And water and food is a big one, but it's the biggest. I wouldn't recommend it necessarily to get severely dehydrated to appreciate water, but maybe every time you take a sip of water, you can have that kind of gratitude.
There's a prayer in Judaism you're supposed to say every morning, which is basically thanking God for your body. It's something so basic, but it's when it doesn't that we're grateful. Just reminding ourselves every day the basic things of the functional body, of our health, and access to the water, which so many millions of people around the world do not have reliably. Is very clarifying, super important.
Yeah, health is a gift. Water is a gift. Is there a memory with your mom that had a defining effect in your life?
I have these vignettes in my mind. Seeing her action in different capacities. A lot of times, in the context of things that I would later go on to do myself. So I would go every day, almost every day after school, and I'd go to the Plaza Hotel and I'd follow her around as she'd walk the hallways and just observe her. And she was so impossibly glamorous. She was doing everything in 4.5-inch heels with this bouffant, and so it's almost like an inaccessible visual. But I think for me, when I saw her experience, the most joy tended to be by the sea. Almost always, not a pool. And I think I get this from her. Pools, they're fine. I love the ocean. I love salt water. I love the way it makes me feel, and I think I got that from her. So we would just swim together all the time, and it's a lot of what I love about Miami. Actually, being so close to the ocean, I find it to be super cathartic. But a lot of my memories of my mom, seeing her really just in her bliss, is floating around in a body of salt water.
Is there also some aspect to her being an example of somebody that could be sort of beautiful and feminine, but at the same time
powerful, successful businesswoman that showed that it's possible to do that.
Yeah, I think she really was a trailblazer. It's not uncommon in real estate for there to be multiple generations of people, and so on job sites, it was not unusual for me to run into somebody whose grandfather had worked with my grandfather in Brooklyn or Queens, or whose father had worked with my mother, and they'd always tell me these stories about her, rolling in, and they'd hear the heels first. And a lot of times the stories were, oh gosh, like, really, it's 2 days after Christmas. Like, we thought we'd get a reprieve. But she was very exacting. So I have this visual in my mind of her, walking on rebar, on the balls of her feet and these 4 inch heels. Like, I'm assuming
Lady, shut the fuck up about that.
That's not the visual I have. But she was, I loved the fact that she so embodied femininity and glamour, and was so comfortable being tough and ambitious and determined, and this unbelievable businesswoman and entrepreneur at a time when she was very much alone. Even for me in the development world and so many of the different businesses that I've been in, there really aren't women outside of sales and of marketing. You don't see as many women in the development space and construction space, even in the architecture and design space. Maybe outside of interior design. So, and she was, decades ahead of me. So it was. I love hearing these stories. I love hearing somebody who's my peer tell me about their grandfather and their father and their experience with one of my parents. It's amazing.
And she did it all in 4 years.
She did it. She used to say, "There's nothing that I can't do better in house." that would be her exact thing. And when I complain about wearing something, it was like the early 90s. Everything was also like uncomfortable, these fabrics and materials, and I would like go back and forth between being super girly and a total tomboy. But she'd dress me up in these things, and I'd be complaining about it. It's a Ivanka paying for beauty, which I happen to totally disagree with, because I think there's nothing worse than being uncomfortable. So I haven't accepted or internalized all of this wisdom, so to speak. But it was just funny. She had a very specific point of view.
And full of good lines, paying for beauty.
It's funny because just even in fashion, if something's uncomfortable, to me there's nothing that looks worse than when you see somebody like tottering around and like their heels hurt them, so they're kind of walking oddly, and it doesn't. They're not embodying their confidence in that regard. So I'm like kind of the opposite. I start with, well, I want to be comfortable, and that helps me be confident. And then come in.
The foundation for fashion for you is comfort, and on top of that, you build.
And it's
things
not
that are
comfort like downy. There's that level of comfort that.
Functional.
But I think you have to. For me, I want to feel confident, and you don't feel confident when you're like pulling at a garment or, hobbling on heels that don't fit you properly. And she was never doing those things either. So I don't know how she was doing stuff like that. It was like a 40-pound feet of dress, and I know this because I had it and I wore it recently. And I got a workout walking to the elevator. Like, this is a heavy dress, and it was worth it. It was great.
Yeah, she's making it look easy.
But she makes it look very, very easy. So
you miss her?
So much. It's unbelievable how dislocating the loss of a parent is. And, her mother lives with me still, my grandmother, who helped raise us. So that's very special. And I can ask her some of the questions. They were the one to ask my own mom, but it's hard.
Yeah, it was beautiful to see. I got the chance to spend time with your family, to see so many generations together at the table. And there's so much history there.
She's 97, and until she was around 94. She lived completely on her own, no help, no anything, no support, and now she requires really sort of 24-hour care. And I feel super grateful that I'm able to give her that, because that's what she did for me. It's amazing for me to have my children be able to grow up and know her stories, know her recipes, check dumplings and goulash, and pizza and all the other things she used to make me in my childhood. But she was a major force in my life. My grandmother, my mom was working. So, my grandmother was the person who was always home every day. And I came back from school, and I remember I used to shower, and it would almost be like comical. I feel like in my memory, and there is no washing machine I've seen on the planet that can actually do this, but in my memory, I go to shower, and I drop something on the bed, and I come back into the room after my shower, and it was like folded, pressed. It was all my grandmother just like running after me, taking care of me. And so it's nice to be able to do that for her.
Yeah.
I got from her reading. My grandmother, she devoured books, like devoured books. She loved the more sensational ones. So like some of these like romance novels, I would pick them up, the covers, and she could look at like any royal lineage across Europe and tell you all the mistresses, all the drama. She loved it. But her face was always, my grandfather, Beto, he was the athlete. He swam professionally on the national team for Czechoslovakia, and he helped train my mom, as I was saying before, in skiing. So he was a great athlete, and she was at home and she would read and cook, and so that's something I remember a lot from my childhood. And she would always say, like, I got reading for her.
Speaking of drama, I had my English teacher in high school recommended a book for me by D.H. Lawrence. It's supposed to be a classic. She was like, "This is a classic you should read." It's called Lady Chatterley's Lover. And I've read a lot of classics, but that one is straight up like a romance novel about a wife who like is cheating with a gardener. And I remember reading this, like, what? Like in retrospect, I understand why it's a classic, because it was so scandalous to talk about sex in the book 100 years ago, whatever.
In retrospect, you know why she recommended it to you.
I have no. I think it's just sending a signal. Hey, you need to get out more. I don't know.
Maybe she was inspiring you.
Yeah, exactly. Anyway, I love that kind of stuff too. But I love all the classics, and there's a lot of drama. Human nature, drama is part of it. So, what about your dad? Growing up, what did you learn about life from your father?
I think my father's sense of humor is sometimes underappreciated. So he had and has an amazing sense of humor. He loved music. I think my mom loved music as well. But my father always used to say that in another life he would have been a Broadway musical producer, which is hilarious to think about. But he loved music.
That is funny to think about.
Right? He does now. He DJs at Mar-a-Lago. Yes. So people get a sense that he loves Andrew Lloyd Webber and all of it. Pavarotti, Elton John. I mean, these were the same songs on repeat my childhood. So I know the playlist.
Probably Sinatra and all that.
Loves Sinatra. Loves Elvis. A lot of the greats. So I think I got a little bit of my love for music from him, but my mom shared that as well. I think one of the things, in looking back, that I think I inherited from my father as well, is this sort of interest or understanding of the importance of asking questions, and specifically questions of the right people. And I saw this a lot on job sites. So I remember with the old post office building, there was this massive glass top atrium. So heating and cooling the structure is like a Herculean lift. We had the mechanical engineers provide their thoughts on how we could do it efficiently and so that the temperature never varied. and it was enormously expensive as an undertaking. I remember one of his first times on the site because he had really empowered me with this project and for me to execute and also welcome him when I needed it. But one of the first time he visits, we're walking the hallway and we're talking about how expensive this cooling system would be and heating system would be, and he starts stopping and he's asking duct workers as we walk what they think of the system that the mechanical engineers designed. First few, fine, not great answers. The third guy goes, "Sir, if you want me to be honest with you, it's obscenely over-designed. In the circumstance of a 1,000-year storm, you will have the exact perfect temperature. If there's a massive blizzard or if it's unbearably hot, but 99.9% of the time you'll never need it. And so I think it's just an enormous waste of money." And so we kept asking that guy questions, and we ended up overhauling the design pretty well into the process of the whole system, saving a lot of money, creating a great system that's super functional. And so I learned a lot, and that's just one example of countless. That one really sticks out of my head because I'm like, oh my gosh, we're redesigning the whole system. We were actively under construction. So it was, but I would see him do that on a lot of different issues. He would ask people on the work level what their thoughts were, ideas, concepts, designs. And there was almost like a Socratic sort of first principles type of way he questioned people, trying to get down to sort of trying to reduce complex things to something really fundamental and simple. So I try to do that myself to the best of, and I think it's something I very much learned from him.
Yeah, I've seen great engineers, great leaders do just that. You want to do that a lot, which is basically ask questions to push simplification.
Yeah.
Can we do this simpler? Like why? The basic question is like why we're doing it this way. Can this be done simpler?
Yeah.
And it can, as an answer that this is how we've always done it. Sort of not allowing yourself. Like, it doesn't matter that that's how we've always done it. What is the right way to do it? And usually the simpler it is, the more correct the way.
Yeah.
It has to do with costs, has to do with simplicity of production manufacture, but usually simple is best.
And it's oftentimes not the architecture, the engineers. It's, in Elon's case, probably the line worker who sees things more clearly. So I think making sure it's not just that you're asking good questions, you're asking the right people those same good questions.
That's why, like, a lot of the Elon companies are really flat in terms of organizational design, where anybody on the factory floor can talk directly to Elon. There's not this managerial class, this hierarchy where it's travel up and down the hierarchy, which large companies often construct this hierarchy of managers where no one manager, if you ask them the question of like, what have you done this week? The answer is like, it's really hard to come up with. Usually it's going to be a bunch of paperwork.
Yeah.
So nobody knows what they actually do. But when it's flat, you can actually get as quickly as possible. When problems arise, you can solve those problems as quickly as possible. And also, you have a direct, rapid, iterative process where you're making things simpler, making them more efficient, and constantly improving. But, yeah, it's interesting when large, when you see this in government, a lot of people get together, a hierarchy is developed, and that somehow, sometimes it's good, but very often it just slows things down. When you see great companies, great companies, Apple, Google, Meta, they have to fight against that bureaucracy that builds, the slowness that large organizations have. And to still be a big organization and act like a startup is the big challenge.
It's super difficult to deconstruct that as well once it's in place, right? It's circumventing layers and asking questions, probing questions of people on the ground level is a huge challenge to the authority of the hierarchy. And there's tremendous amount of resistance to it. So it's how do you grow something, in the case of a company, in terms of a culture that can scale, but doesn't lose its connection to sort of real and meaningful feedback. It's not easy.
I've had a lot of conversations with Jim Keller, who's this legendary engineer and leader, and he has talked about like you often have to kind of be a little bit of an asshole in the room, not in a mean way, but like it's uncomfortable.
Yeah.
Like a lot of these questions, they're uncomfortable. They break the kind of general politeness and civility that people have in communication. When you get a meeting, like, nobody wants to be like, can we do it way different? Everyone wants just to like, lunch is coming up. You know, I have this trip planned on the weekend with the family. Everyone's just not comfortable. The humans get together, they kind of gravitate towards. Nobody wants that one person who comes in and says, "Hey, can we like do this way better, way different?" And everything we've gotten comfortable with, throw it out.
Not only do they not want that, but the one person who comes in and does that puts a massive target on their back,
Yeah.
and is ultimately seen as a threat. I mean, nobody really gets fired for maintaining the status quo, even if things go poorly. It's the way it was always done.
Yeah, humans are fascinating. But in order to actually do great, big projects, to reach for the stars, you have to have those people. You have to constantly disrupt and have those uncomfortable conversations.
And really have that first principles type of orientation, especially in those large bureaucratic contexts.
So, amongst many other things, you created a fashion brand. What was that about? What was the working of that?
I always loved fashion as a form of self-expression, as a means to communicate either a truth or an illusion, depending on what kind of mood you're in. This like sort of second body, if you will. So I loved fashion. I mean, my mother was a big part of the reason I did that. I never thought I would go into fashion. In fact, I was graduating from Wharton. It was the day of my graduation, and Anna Winter calls me up and offered me a job at Vogue, which is a dream in so many ways. But I was so focused. I wanted to go into real estate and I wanted to build buildings, and I told her that. So I really thought that was going to be the path I was taking. And then very organically, fashion, it was part of my life, but it came into my life in a more professional capacity by talking with my first of many different partners that I had in the fashion space about, he actually had showed me a building to buy. His family had some real estate holdings, and I passed on the real estate deal, but we forged a friendship. We started talking about how in the space that he was in, fine jewelry, there was this lack of product and brands that were positioned for self-purchasing females. So everything was about, the man buying the Christmas gift, the man buying the engagement ring. The stores felt like that. They were all tailored towards the male aesthetic. The marketing felt like that. And what about the woman who had a salary and was really excited to buy herself a great pair of earrings, or had just received a great bonus and was going to use it to treat herself? So we thought there was a void in the marketplace. And that was the first category I launched, fine jewelry. We just caught lightning in a bottle. It was really quickly after that I met my partner who had founded Nine West Shoes, really capable partner, and we launched a shoe collection, which took off, and I did a clothing collection, and handbags, and sunglasses, and fragrance. So we caught a moment, and we found a positioning for this self-purchasing, multi-dimensional woman, and we made dressing for work aspirational. At the time we launched, if you wanted to buy something for an office context, like the brands that existed were the opposite of exciting. Like nobody was, taking pictures of like what they were wearing to work and posting it online with these classic legacy brands. Really, it felt very much like it was designed by a team of men, or what a woman would want to wear to the office. So we started creating this clothing that was feminine, that was beautiful, that was versatile, I would take a woman from the boardroom to an after-school soccer game to a date night with a boyfriend uh, to a walk in the park with their husband, like all the different ways women live their lives, and creating a wardrobe for that woman who works at every aspect of their life, not just sort of the siloed professional part. And it was really compelling. We started creating great brand content. We had incredible contributors like Adam Grant, who was blogging for us at the time and creating aspirational content for working women. It was actually kind of a funny story, but I now had probably close to 11 different product categories, and we were growing like wildfire. And I started to think about what would be a compelling way to sort of create interesting content for the people who are buying these different categories. And we came up with a website called Women Who Work. And I went to a marketing agency, one of the fancy firms in New York, and I said, we want to create a brand campaign around this multidimensional woman who works. And what do you think? Like, can you help us? And they come back and they say, we don't like the word work. We think it should be women who do. I just started laughing. Women who do. And the fact that they couldn't conceive of it being sort of exciting and aspirational and interesting, to sort of lean into working at all aspects of our lives was just fascinating to me. But showed that was part of the problem. And I think that's why ultimately, when the business grew to be hundreds of millions of dollars in sales, we were distributed at all the best retailers across the country, from Neiman Marcus, Saks, to Bloomingdale's and beyond. And I think it really resonated with people in an amazing way, and probably not dissimilar to how I have this incredible experience every time somebody comes up to me and tells me that they were married in a space that I had painstakingly designed. I have that experience now with my fashion company. The number of women who will come up tell me that they loved my shoes, they loved the handbags. I've had women show me their engagement rings. They got engaged with. It's really, really, it's really, really beautiful.
Yeah, when I was hanging out with you in Miami, the number of women that came up to you saying they love the clothing, they love the shoes is awesome.
All these years later.
These years later.
Yeah.
What does it take to make a shoe where somebody would come up to you years later and just be just full of love for this thing you've created? What's that mean? Like, what does it take to do that?
Well, I still wear the shoes. So.
I mean, that's a good starting point, right? To create a thing that you want to wear.
I feel like the product, I think first and foremost, you have to have the right. So you're building a shoe. If you talk to a great shoe designer, it's architecture. Like making a heel that's 4 inches that feels good to walk in for 8 hours a day, that is an engineering feat. And so I found great partners in everything that I did. My shoe partner had founded Nine West. He really knew what went into making a shoe wearable and comfortable. And then you overlay that with great design. And we also created this really comfortable, beautifully designed, super feminine product offering that was also affordably priced. So I think it was like the trifecta of those three things that made that. I think it made it stand out for so many people.
Can you speak to, I don't know if it's possible to articulate, but can you speak to the process you go through from idea to the final thing, like what you go through to bring an idea to life?
So not being a designer, and this was true in real estate as well, I was never the architect. So I didn't necessarily have the pen in fashion, kind of like a conductor. I knew what I liked and didn't like, and I think that's really important. And that became honed for me over time. So I would have to sit a lot longer with something earlier on than later when I had more refined my aesthetic point of view. So I think, first of all, you have to have a pretty strong sense of what resonates with you. And then as in the case of my fashion business, as it grew and became quite a large business, many different categories, everything had to work together. So I had individual partners for each category. But if we were selling at Neiman Marcus, we couldn't have a pair of shoes that didn't relate to a dress, that didn't relate to a pair of sunglasses, and handbags all on the same floor. So, in the beginning, it was much more collaborative. As time passed, I really sort of took the point on deciding, and this is the aesthetic for the season. These are the colors we're going to use. These are fabrics. And then working with our partners on the execution of that. But I needed to create an overlay that allowed for cohesion as the collection grew. And that was actually really fun for me because that was a little different. I was typically initially responding to things that were put in front of me. And towards the end, it was my partners who were responding to the things that my team. But it's I always wanted to bring the best talent in. So I was hiring great designers and printmakers and copywriters. And so I had this, almost like that conductor analogy. I had this incredible group of, in this case, women assembled to put very strong points of view themselves, and it created a great team.
So yeah, great team is really sort of essential. It's the essential thing behind any successful story. But there's this thing of taste. It's really interesting because it's hard to kind of articulate things, but basically knowing A versus B, what looks good, or without A/B comparison, to say like, if we changed this part, that would make it better. That sort of designer taste, it's hard to make explicit what that is. But the great designers have that taste. This is good. And it's not actually, again, the Steve Jobs thing is not the opinion. You can't poll people and ask them what looks better. You have to have the vision of them. Mm-hmm. And as you said, you also have to develop eventually the confidence that your taste is good, such that you can curate, you can direct teams, you can argue that no, this is right, even when there's several people that say this doesn't make any sense. You have that vision of the confidence. This will look good. That's how you come up with great designs. It's a mixture of great taste that you develop over time and your confidence.
And that's a really hard thing, especially. And I think one of the things that I love most about all of these creative pursuits is that ability to work with the best people. Right now, I'm working with my husband. We have this 1,400-acre island in the Mediterranean, and we're bringing in the best architects and the best brands. But to have a point of view and to challenge people who are such artists respectfully, but not to be afraid to ask questions, it takes a lot of confidence to do that. And it's hard. So these are actually just internal early renderings. So we're in the process of doing master planning now. But
this is beautiful.
This is an early vision. Yeah, it's going to be extraordinary. Aman's going to operate the hotel for us, and there are going to be villas. And, we have Carbone, who's going to be doing the food and beverage. But it's amazing to bring together all of this talent, and for me to be able to play around and flex the real estate muscles again and have some fun with it is
the design, the art. How hard is it to bring something like that to life? Because that looks surreal, out of this world.
Well, especially on an island, it's challenging, meaning the logistics and even getting the building materials to an island are no joke. But we will execute on it. So, and it may not be this gives a sense of sort of wanting to honor the topography that exists. And, this is obviously very modern, but making it feel right in terms of the context of the vegetation and the terrain that exists and not just have, a beautiful glass box. Obviously you want glass, you want to look out and see that gorgeous blue ocean, but how do you do that in a way that doesn't feel generic and isn't a squandered opportunity to create something new?
Yeah, and it's integrated with the natural landscape. It's a celebration of the natural landscape around it. It starts from the dreamlike, because it feels like a dream. And then when you're faced with the reality of the building materials and all the actual constraints of the building, then it evolves from there.
Yeah, and so much, I mean, so much of architecture you don't see, but it's decisions made. So how do you how do you create independent structures where you look out of one and don't see the other? You know, how do you ensure that sort of the stacking and the master plan works in a way that's harmonious? There's view corridors and all of those elements, all of those components of decision making are super appreciated, but not often thought of.
What's a view corridor?
Like to make sure that the top unit, you're not looking out and seeing a whole bunch of units, you're looking out and seeing the ocean.
Yeah.
So that's where you take this and then you start angling everything and you start thinking about, well, in this context, do we have green roofs? So if there's any hint of a roof, it's camouflaged by vegetation that matches what already exists on the island. That's where the engineers.
Well, yeah. So
How do you build into a mountain while being sensitive to the beauty of the island?
it's almost like a mathematical problem. I took a class, computational geometry in grad school, where you have to think about like, these view corridors. It's like a math problem.
Yeah.
Well, but it's also an art problem because it's not just about making sure that there's no occlusions to the view. You have to figure out when there's occlusions, like what the vegetation is. You have to figure all that out. And there's probably, but every single room, every single building is a thing that adds extra complexity.
And then the choices, like how does the sun rise and set?
Yeah,
So how do you want to integrate the hotel in relation
that's awesome.
to the sunrise and the sunset? You obviously want people to experience those. So which do you favor? The directionality of the wind. And on an island, and in this case, it's coming from the north, and the vegetation is less lush on the northern end. So we focus more on the southern end, and have the horseback riding trails and amenities up towards the north. So there are these really interesting decisions and choices you get to reflect on.
It's a fascinating sort of discussion to be having. And probably there's like actual constraints and the infrastructure issues. So all of those
The grade of the land, right? If it's super steep, but also finding the areas of topography that are flatter but still have the great views. So it's fun. It's I think real estate and building is a giant puzzle, and I love puzzles. Every piece relates to another, and it's all sort of interconnected.
Yeah, like just the mill post office. Like every single room is different, so every single room is a puzzle you do in the renovation. That's fascinating.
And if you're not thoughtful, I guess at best, really quirky. At worst, completely ridiculous.
Quirky is such a funny word. It's such a like.
I'm sure you've walked into your fair share of like quirky rooms.
Yeah.
And sometimes like that's charming, but most often it's charming when it's intentional.
Yeah.
Through like smart design.
Yeah, you can tell if it's by accident or if it's intentional.
Yeah.
You could tell. So much. I mean, the whole hospitality thing. It's just not just like how it's designed. It's how once the thing is operating for the hotel, like how everything comes together.
Yeah.
The culture of the place.
And the warmth.
Yeah.
Like I think with spaces, you can feel like the soul of the structure. And I think on the hotel side, you have to think about like flow of traffic, use, all these things. When you're building condominiums or your own home, you want to think about like the warmth of a space as well. And especially with super modern design, sometimes like warmth is sacrificed. And I think there is a way to sort of marry both. And that's where you get into sort of the interior design elements and disciplines and how fabrics can create tremendous warmth in a space, which is otherwise sort of colder, raw building materials. And that's a really interesting, like how texture matters, how color matters. And I think oftentimes interior design is not, it doesn't take the same priority. And I think that underestimates the impact it can have on how you experience a room or a space.
Yeah, especially when it's working together with the architecture. Yeah, fabrics and color. That's so interesting.
Finishes, the choice of wood.
It's making me feel horrible about the space we see. Black
This-
curtains, the warmth. I need to work on this.
No
This is
comment.
a big
You
tutorial.
know,
Here's the 52 item. You're making me. I'll listen back to this over and over.
There may be a woman's need. I appreciate the vegetation.
Yeah. Fake fun.
You know what I love about this space though is like you come through. Like every single element, there's a story behind it. So it's not just you didn't have some interior designer curate your bookshelf. Nobody came in here with books by the yard.
This is basically an IKEA. This is not deeply thought through, but it does bring.
Yeah.
Which is one way to do design. As long as you're happy, that usually means if your taste is decent enough, that means others will be happy, or we'll see the joy radiate through it. But I appreciate your grasping for compliments and the strength you got.
No, I love it. Yeah. I love it.
You're holding out to a monkey looking at a human skull, which is particularly irrelevant.
I mean, I feel like you've really thought about all of these.
Yeah, there's robot. I don't know how much you do robots, but there's a way to communicate love and affection from a robot that I'm really fascinated by. And a lot of cartoonists do this too. You have to, when you create cartoons and non-human like entities, you have to bring out the joy. So with Wall-E or robots in Star Wars, to be able to communicate emotion, anger, and excitement for a robot is really interesting to me. And people that do it successfully are awesome. Yeah, it makes you smile for sure. There's a longing there.
How do you do that successfully as you bring them your projects to life?
I think there's so many detailed elements that I think artists know about. But one basic one is something that people know and you now know because of a dog. Is the excitement that a dog has when you first show up, just the recognizing you, like catching your eye and just showing his excitement by wiggling his butt and tail and all this kind of this intense joy that overtakes the body. That moment of recognizing something. It's the double take. That moment of like where this joy of recognition takes over your whole cognition, and you're just like there, and there's a connection, and then the other person gets excited, and you both get excited together. It's kind of like that feeling. How would I put it? Like when you go to airports and you get to see people who haven't seen each other for a long time, all of a sudden recognize each other in their meeting, and they're all like run towards each other in a hug. That moment. By the way, that's awesome to watch. There's so much joy.
And dogs will have that every time. You could walk into the other room to get a glass of milk, and you come back, and your dog sees you like it's the first time.
Yeah.
So I love replicating that in robots. They actually say children, like one of the reasons why Peekaboo is so successful is that they actually don't remember not having seen you 2 seconds prior. There's a term for it, but I remember as when my kids were younger, you leave the room and you walk back in 30 seconds later, and they experience the same joy as if you had been, gone for 4 hours. And we become very used to one another.
I kind of want to forever be excited by the people who come out and simple joys. We're talking about on fashion, having the confidence it takes to be able to sort of push through on this idea of design. But you've also mentioned, and somebody you admire, Rick Rubin, in his book, The Creative Act. It has some really interesting ideas, and one of them is to accept self-doubt and imperfection. So is there some battle within yourself that you have on sort of striving for perfection and for the confidence and always kind of having it together versus like accepting that things are always going to be imperfect?
I think every day. I think I wake up in the morning and I want to be better. I want to be a better mom. I want to be a better wife. I want to be more creative. I want to be physically stronger. And so that very much lives within me all the time. I think I also grew up in the context of being the child of 2 extraordinarily successful parents. And that could have been debilitating for me. And I saw that in a lot of my friends who grew up in circumstances similar to that. They were afraid to try for fear of not measuring up. And I think somehow early on, I learned to kind of harness the fear of not being good enough, not being competent enough. And I harnessed it to make me better, and to push me outside of my comfort zone. So I think that's always lived with me, and I think it probably always will. I think you have to have humility in anything you do, that you could be better, and strive for that. I think as you get older, it softens a little bit as you have more reps. As you have more examples of having been thrown in the deep end, and figured out how to swim. You get a little bit more comfortable in your sort of abstract competency. But if that fear is not in you, I think you're not challenging yourself enough.
Harness the fear. The other thing he writes about is intuition. That you need to trust your instincts and intuition. That's a very recruitment thing to say. So what percent of your decision making is intuition, and what percent is through rigorous, careful analysis?
I think it's both. Like trust would verify.
Yeah.
I think that's also where age and experience comes into play, because I think you always have sort of a gut instinct, but I think intuition, like well-honed intuition, comes from a place of accumulated knowledge, right? So oftentimes when you feel really strongly about something, it's because you've been there, like you know it's right. Or on a personal level, if you're acting in accordance with your core values, it just feels good. And even if it would be the right decision for others, if you're acting outside of your sort of integrity or core values, it doesn't feel good. And your intuition will signal that to you. You'll never be comfortable. So I think because of that, I start oftentimes with my intuition, and then I put it through like a rigorous test of whether that is in fact true. Very seldom do I go against what my initial instinct was, not at least at this point in my life.
Yeah, I had a discussion yesterday with a big-time business owner investor who was talking about being impulsive and following that. Like on a phone call, shifting like the entire everything, like giving away a very large amounts of money and moving it in another direction on an impulse, making a promise that he can't at that time deliver, but knows if he works hard, he'll deliver, and all doing following that impulsive feeling. He said now that he has a family, that probably some of that impulse is quieted down a little bit. He's more rational and thoughtful and so on. He wonders whether it's sometimes good to just be impulsive and to just trust your gut and just go with it. Don't deliberate too long, because then you won't do it. Interesting. It's the confidence and stupidity maybe of youth that leads to some of the greatest breakthroughs, and it's like there's a cost to wisdom and deliberation.
There is, but I actually think in this case, as you get older, you may act less impulsively, but I think you're more like attuned with. You have more experience. So your gut is like more well honed, So your instincts are more well honed. I think I found that to be true for me. It doesn't feel as like reckless as when I was younger.
Amongst many other things, you were on The Apprentice. People love you on there. People love the show. So what did you learn about business, about life, from the various contestants on there?
I think you can learn everything about life from photographers. So I'm
got it.
Gonna go with
that one feeling. Yeah.
Amazing. But it was such a wild experience for me, because I was quite young, when I was on it, just getting started in business. And it was the #1 television show in the country. And it went on to be syndicated all over the world. And it was just this wild, like, phenomenal success. You know, a business show had never crossed over in this sort of way. That was really a moment in time. You had regular apprentice and then the celebrity apprentice, but the tasks, I mean, they went on to be studied at business schools across the country. So every other week, I'd be reading case studies of how the apprentice was being examined and taught to classes in this university in Boston. You know, so it was extraordinary, and this was like a real life classroom I was in. So I think because of the nature of the show, you learn a lot about, you know, teamwork. And you're watching it and analyzing it real time. You learned a lot about a lot of the tasks were very marketing oriented because of, you know, the short duration of time they had to execute. A lot of we learned a lot about time management because of that short duration. So, you know, almost every episode would devolve into people hysterical over the fact that they had 10 minutes left to with this Herculean lift ahead of them. So it was fascinating. It was a fascinating experience for me. And we would be filming. I mean, we would film first thing at 5 or 6 a.m. in Trump Tower, oftentimes, like in the lobby of Trump Tower. That's where the war rooms and boardrooms of the candidates were, the contestants were. And then we would go up in the elevator to our office. We would work all day, and then we'd come down and we'd evaluate the tasks. It was this weird, like, real life television experience in the middle of our, sort of on the bookends of our work day. It was intense.
You're like curating the television version of it and also living it.
And oftentimes there was like an overlap or episodes that they came up with brand campaigns for my shoe collection or my clothing line, or design challenges related to, you know, a hotel I was responsible for building. So there was this unbelievable crossover that was obviously great for us from a business perspective, but it's sometimes surreal to experience.
What was it like? Was it scary to be in front of the camera when you know so many people watch? I mean, that's a new experience for you at that time. Just the number of people watching.
Yeah.
Is that weird?
It was really weird. I really struggled watching myself on the episodes. Like, I still to this day, like, television as a medium, like the fact that we're taping this,
Yeah.
I'm more self-conscious than if we weren't. I just, it's,
I have to watch myself. After we record this, before I publish it, I have to listen to my stupid self-talk. So
you're saying it doesn't get better?
it doesn't get better.
I try myself, I'm like, does my voice really sound like that?
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
why do I do this thing or that thing? I find that some people are super at ease, and who knows, maybe they're not either. But some people feel like they're super at ease. You know, my father was. He's like, who you saw is who you did.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that made him so effective in that medium. Because he was just himself and he was totally unself-conscious. I was not. I was totally self-conscious. So it was extraordinary, but also a little challenging for me.
I think certain people are just like born to be entertainers, like Elvis, like on stage they come to life.
Yeah.
This is where they're truly happy. I've met guys like that, like great rock stars. Like, this is where they feel like they belong. On stage, it's not just a thing they do, and there's certain aspects they love, certain aspects they don't. No, this is where they're alive. This is where they've always dreamed of being. This is where they want to be forever.
Michael Jackson.
The pictures of you hanging out with Michael Jackson. That was cool.
I came once to a performance. I wanted to be, one moment in time, I wanted to be a professional ballerina. And I was working really hard. I was going to the School of American Ballet. I was dancing at the Lincoln Center in the Nutcracker. Super serious, 9, 10-year-old. And my parents came to a Christmas performance of the Nutcracker, and my father brought Michael Jackson with him. And everyone was so excited that all the dancers, they wore one glove. But I remember he was so shy. He was so quiet. When you'd see him in a smaller group setting, and then you'd watch him walk onto stage, and it was like a completely different person. Like the vitality that came into him, and you say that's like someone who was born to do what he did. And I think there are a lot of performers like that.
And I just in general love to see people that have found the thing that makes them come alive.
Yeah.
Like as I mentioned, went to the jungle recently with Paul Rothschild, and he's a guy who just belongs in the jungle. Like that's a guy where like, when I got a chance to go with him from the city to the jungle, and you just see this person change. The happiness, the joy he has when he first is able to jump in the water of the Amazon River and to feel like he's called with the crocodiles and all that. Because he's calling friends and probably dances around in the trees with the monkeys. So this is where he belongs. I love seeing that.
You felt that. I mean, I watched the interview you did with him, and you felt that, like his passion and enthusiasm, like it radiated and captured. I mean, I love animals, like I love all animals. Never loved snakes so much, and he almost made me. Now I appreciate the beauty of them much more than I did prior to listening to him speak about them. But it's an infectious thing. He actually, we were talking about skyscrapers before. I loved it. He called trees skyscrapers of life, and I thought that was so great.
And they're so big. Just like skyscrapers or large buildings, they also represent a history, especially in Europe. I like to think, look at all these ancient buildings. You like to think of all the people throughout history that have looked at them, have admired them, have been inspired by them. You know, the great leaders of history. In France, it's like Napoleon. Just the history that's contained within a building. You almost feel the energy of that history. You can feel the stories emanate from the buildings. And that same way, when you look at giant trees that have been there for decades, for centuries in some cases, you feel the history, the stories emanate. I got a chance to climb some of them, so you feel like there's a visceral feeling of the power of the trees. It's cool.
Yeah, that's an experience I'd love to have. Be that disconnected.
Yeah, being in the jungle, among the trees, among the animals, you remember that you're forever a part of nature. You're fundamentally are nature. That this is a Earth is a living organism, and you're a part of that organism. And that's humbling, it's beautiful. You get to experience that in a real way. It sounds simple to say, but when you actually like experience it, it stays with you for a long time. Especially if you're out there alone. I got a chance to spend time in the jungle solo, just by myself. And you sit in the fear of that, in the simplicity of that, all of it, and just no sounds of humans anywhere. You're just sitting there and listening to all the monkeys and birds trying to have sex with each other, all around you. Green. And there's like romanticize everything. There's like birds that are monogamous for life, like macaws. You can see like two of them flying. They're also, by the way, screaming at each other. I always wonder, like, are they arguing, or is this their love language? Like, you just have these like two birds that have been together for a long time, and they're just screaming at each other.
That's really funny because there aren't that many animal species that are monogamous. And you highlighted one example where they literally sound like they're bickering.
But maybe to them it's beautiful. I don't want to judge, but they do sound very loud and very. But amidst all of that, it's just, I don't know.
I think it's so humbling to like feel so small too. Like I feel like when we get busy and when we're running around, it's easy to feel we're so in our head and we feel sort of so consequential, like in the context of even our own lives. And then you find yourself in a situation like that, and it's I think you feel so much more connected knowing how minuscule you are in the broader sense. And I feel that way when I'm on the ocean on a surfboard. You just it's really humbling to be so small amidst that vast sea, and it feels really beautiful, with no noise, no chatter, no distractions, just being in the moment. And it sounds like you experienced that in a very, very real way in the Amazon.
Yeah, the power of the waves is cool. I love swimming out into the ocean, feeling the power of the ocean beneath you, and you're just like this speck.
And you can't fight it, right? You just have to sort of be in it. I think in surfing, one of the things I love about it is I feel like a lot of water sports are like manipulating the environment, and there's something that can be a little like violent about it. Like you look at windsurfing, whereas with surfing, you're like in harmony with it. So you're not fighting it; you're flowing with it, and you still have like the agency of choosing which waves you're going to surf. And you sit there and you read the ocean, and you learn to understand it, but you can't control it.
What's it like to like fall on your face when you're trying to surf? What? I haven't surfed before. It just feels like I always see videos of when everything goes great. I just wonder like when it doesn't.
Those are the ones people post. No, well, I actually had the unique experience of one of my first times surfing. I only learned a couple of years ago, so I'm not good. I just love it. I love everything. I love the physicality. I love being in the ocean. I love everything about it. The hardest thing with surfing is paddling out, because when you're like committing, you catch a wave, obviously sometimes you flip over your board and that doesn't feel great. But when you're in sort of the line of impact, and you've maybe surfed a good wave in, and now you're going out for another set, and you get sort of stuck in that impact line, there's like nothing you can do. You just sort of sit there and you try to dive underneath it, and it will pound you and pound you. So I've been stuck there while 4, 5, 6 waves just like crash on top of your head, and the worst thing you can do is get reactive and and scared and try and fight against it. You kind of just have to flow with it until inevitably there's a break, and then paddle like hell back out to the line, or to the beach, whatever you're feeling. But that's the hardest part, the paddling out.
How did life change when your father decided to run for president?
Wow, everything changed. Almost overnight. We learned that he was planning to announce his candidacy 2 weeks before he actually did. And nothing about our lives had been constructed with politics in mind. Most often, when people are exposed to politics at that level, at sort of national level, there's first like city council run, and then maybe a state level run, and maybe Congress, senator, ultimately the presidency. So it was unheard of for him never to run a campaign and run for president and win. So it was an extraordinary experience. There was so much intensity and so much scrutiny, and so much noise. So that took, for sure, like a moment to acclimate to. I'm not sure I ever fully acclimated, but it definitely was. It was a super unusual experience. But I think then the process that unfolded over the next couple of years was also like the most extraordinary growth experience of my life. Suddenly I was going into communities that I probably never would have been to. And I was talking with people who in 30 seconds would reveal to me their deepest insecurity, their greatest fear, their wildest ambitions, all of it, with the hope that in telling me that story, it would get back to a potential future president of the United States and have impacts for their family, for their community. So the level of candor and vulnerability people have with you is unlike anything I've ever experienced. And I did The Apprentice before. People may know who I was in some of these situations that I was going into, but they wouldn't have shared with me these things that you got the impression that oftentimes our spouses would, and they wouldn't do so within 30 seconds. So you learn so much about what motivates people, what drives people, what their concerns are, and you grow so much as a result of it.
When you're in the White House, people, unlike in any other position, people have a sense that all the troubles they're going through, maybe you can help.
Yeah.
So they put it all out there.
And they do so in such a raw, vulnerable, and real way. It's shocking and eye-opening and super motivating. I remember once I was in New Hampshire, and early on, right after my father had announced his candidacy, and a man walks up to me in the greeting line, and within around 5 seconds, he had started to tell me a story about how his daughter had died of an overdose, and how he was worried his son was also addicted to opioids. His daughter's friends, his son's friends, and it's heartbreaking. It's heartbreaking, and it's something that I would experience every day in talking with people.
And those stories just stay with you.
Always.
You know, I took a long road trip around the United States in my 20s. I'm kind of thinking of doing it again, just for a couple of months, for that exact purpose. And you can get these stories when you go to like a bar in the middle of nowhere. You just sit, talk to people, and you start sharing. And it reminds you of like how beautiful the country is. It reminds you sort of like one, the people. It shows you that there's a lot of different accents. But aside from that, the people are struggling with all this stuff.
Yeah.
And at least at that time, I wonder what it is now. At that time, I don't remember. On the surface, there was like political divisions. There was Republicans and Democrats and so on. But like underneath it, people were all the same. The concerns were all the same. There's not that much of a division. Right now, the surface division has been amplified even more because of social media. I don't know why. So I would love to see what the country's like now, but I suspect probably it's still not as divided as it appears to be on the surface. What the media shows, what the social media shows. But what did you experience in terms of the division?
I think a couple reactions to what you just said. I think the first is when you connect with people like that, you are so inspired by their courage, in the face of adversity, and their resilience. And it's a truly remarkable experience for me. The campaign lifted me out of a bubble I didn't even know I was in. I grew up on the Upper East Side of New York, and I felt like I was well traveled and well educated, and I believed at the time that I'd been exposed to divergent viewpoints. And I realized during the campaign how limited my exposure had been relative to what it was becoming. So there was a lot of growth in that as well. But I do think, you think about the vitriol in politics, and whether it's worse than it's been in the past or not. I think that's up for debate. I think there have been duels. Just scream a blood sport, and it's always been incredibly vicious. I think in the toxic swirl of social media, it's more amplified, and there's more sort of democratization around participating in it, perhaps. And it seems like the voices are louder, but it feels like it's always been that. But I don't believe most people are like that. And you meet people along the way, and they're not leading with what their politics are. They're telling you about their hopes for themselves and their communities. And it makes you feel that we are a whole lot less divided than the media and others would have us believe.
Although I have to say, having duels sounds pretty cool. Maybe I just romanticize Westerns. Maybe. All right, I'm just calling some movies. Okay. But it's true. Like, you read some of the stuff, like, in terms of what politics used to be in the history of the United States. Those folks went pretty rough, like way rougher actually. But they didn't have social media, so they had to go like real hard. And the media was rough too. So all like the fake news, all of that, that's not recent. It's been nonstop. I look at the surface division, the surface bickering, and that might be like just a feature of democracy. It's not a bug of democracy, it's a feature. We're in a constant conflict, and it's the way we try to figure out the right way forward. So in the moment, it feels like people are just tearing each other apart, but really, we're trying to find the way. We're like, in the long arc of history, it will look like progress. But in the short term, it just sounds like people making stories up about each other and calling each other names and all this kind of stuff. But there's a purpose to it. I mean, that's what freedom looks like, I guess, is what I'm trying to say. And it's better than the alternative.
I think that the vast majority of people aren't participating in it.
Sure. Yes, that's true also.
I think there's a minority of people that are doing most of the yelling and screaming. And the majority of Americans just want to send their kid to a great school and want their communities to thrive and want to be able to realize their dreams and aspirations. So I saw a lot more of that than it would feel obvious if you looked at like a Twitter feed.
What went into your decision to join the White House as an advisor?
The campaign, I never thought about joining. It was kind of like get to the end of it. And when it started, I was like, everything in my life was almost firing on all cylinders. I had 2 young kids at home. During the course of the campaign, I ended up, I was pregnant with my 3rd. So this young family, my businesses, real estate and fashion, working alongside my brothers, running the Trump Hotel collection. My life was full and busy. And so there was a big part of me that was just wanted to get through, just get through it, without really thinking forward to what the implications were for me. But when my father won, he asked Jared and I to join him. And in asking that question, keep in mind he was a total outsider. So there was no bench of people asking me to help today. He had never spent the night in Washington, D.C. before staying in the White House. And so when he asked us to join him, he trusted us. He trusted in our ability to execute. And there wasn't a part of me that could imagine a 70 or 80-year-old version of myself looking back and having been okay with and going back to my life as I knew it before. In retrospect, I realized there is no life as you know it before, but just the idea of not saying yes, wherever that would lead me, and so I dove in. I was also, during the course of the campaign, I was just much more sensitive to the problems and experiences of Americans. I gave you an example before of the father in New Hampshire, but even just in my consumption of information. I had a business that was predominantly young women, many of which were thinking about having a kid, had just had a child, were planning on that life event. And I knew what they needed to be able to show up every day and realize this dream for themselves and the support structures they would need to have in place. And I remember reading this article at the time in one of the major newspapers of a woman. She had a very solid job working at one of the blue chip accounting firms, and the recession came. She lost her job around the same time as her partner left her, and over a matter of months, she lost her home. So she wound up with her 2 young kids after bouncing around between neighbors living in their car. She gets a call back from one of the many interviews she had done for a second interview where she was all but guaranteed the job should that go well. And she had arranged childcare for her two young children with a neighbor in her old apartment block. And the morning of the interview, she shows up and the neighbor doesn't answer the doorbell. And stands there 5-10 minutes, doesn't answer. So she has a choice. Does she go to the interview with her children, or does she try to cancel? She gets in her car, drives to the interview, leaves her two children in the backseat of the car with the window cracked, goes into the interview and gets pulled out of the police. Because somebody had called the cops after seeing her children in the backseat of the car. She gets thrown in jail. Her kids get taken from her. And she spends years fighting to regain custody. And I think about, that's an extreme example, but I think about something like that and I say, if I was the mother and we were homeless, like, would I have gone to that interview? And I probably would have. And that is not like an acceptable situation. So you hear stories like that and then you get asked, will you come with me? It's hard to say no. I spent 4 years in Washington. I feel like I left it all in the field. I feel really good about it. And I feel really privileged to have been able to do what I did.
A chance to help many people. Saying no means you're kind of turning away from people.
It felt like that to me.
Yeah, but then there's the turmoil of politics you're getting into, and there really is a leap into the abyss. What was it like trying to get stuff done in Washington? In this place where politics is a game, it feels that way, maybe from an outsider perspective. And you go in there given some of those stories, trying to help people. What's it like to get anything done?
It's an incredible cognitive work.
It's a nice way to put it, yeah.
To get things done. There are a lot of people who would prefer to cling to the problem and their talking points about how they're going to solve it rather than roll up their sleeves and do the work it takes to build coalitions of support and find people who are willing to compromise and move the ball. And so it's extremely difficult. And, Jared and I talk about all the time, it probably should be, because these are highly consequential policies that impact people's lives at scale. It shouldn't be so easy to do them, and they are doable, but it's challenging. One of the first experiences I had where it really was just a full grind effort was with tax cuts and the work I did to get the child tax credit doubled as part of it. And it just meant meeting after meeting after meeting after meeting with lawmakers, convincing them of why this is good policy, going into their districts, campaigning in the districts, helping them convince their constituents of why it's important, of why child care support is important, of why paid family leave is important, of different policies that impact working American families. So it's hard, but it's really rewarding. And then to get it done, just the child tax credit alone, 40 million American families got an average of $2,200 each year as a result of the doubling of the child tax credit. So it's just one component of tax cuts.
When I was researching this stuff, you just get to think the scale of things, the scale of impact is 40 million families. Each one of those is a story. It's a story of struggle, of trying to give a large part of your life to a job while still being able to give love and support and care to a family, to kids, and to manage all of that. Each one of those is a little puzzle that they have to solve, and it's a life and death puzzle. It's you can lose your home, your security. You can lose your job.
screw stuff up with parenting. So you can mess all that up, and you're trying to hold it together, and government policies can help make that easier, or can, in some cases, make that possible. And you get to do that at a scale not of like 5 or 10 families, but like 40 million families. And that's just one thing.
Yeah. People who shared with me their experience. And, during the campaign, it was what they hoped to see happen. Once you were in there, it was what they were seeing, what they were experiencing, the result of the policies. And that was the fuel. On the hardest days, like that was the fuel. Child tax credit. I remember visiting with a woman, Brittany Houseman. She came to the White House, and she had 2 small children. She was pregnant with her third. Her husband was killed in a car accident. She was in school at the time. Her dream was to become a criminal justice advocate. That was no longer on the table for her after he passed away, and she became the sole earner and provider for her family. And she couldn't afford childcare. She couldn't afford to stay in school. So she ended up creating a childcare center in her home. And the center was so successful because in part of different policies we worked on, including the childcare block grants that went to the state. She ended up opening additional centers. I visited her at one of them in Colorado. Now, she has a huge focus on helping teenage moms who don't have the resources to afford quality childcare for their kids come into her centers and programs. And, it's stories like that of the hardships people face, but also what they do with opportunity when they're given it, that really powers you through tough moments when you're in Washington.
Well, what can you say about the process of bringing that to life? So the child tax credits, so doubling them, 1,000, 2,000 per child. Well, what are the challenges of that? Getting people to compromise. I'm sure there's a lot of politicians playing games with that, because maybe it's a Republican that came up with an idea, or a Democrat that came up with an idea, and so they don't want to give credit to the idea. There's probably all kinds of games happening. When the game is happening, you probably forget about the families. Each politician thinks about how they can benefit themselves. You forget the serving part of the role you're supposed to be in.
There were definitely people I met with in Washington who I felt that was true of. But, they all go back to their districts. And I assume that they all have similar experiences to what I had, where people share their stories. So there'd be something really cynical about thinking, some do.
You help get people together. What's that take? Trying to get people to compromise, trying to get people to see the common humanity.
I think first and foremost, you have to be willing to talk with them. So, one of the policies I advocated for was paid family leave. We left, and 9 million more Americans had it through a combination of securing it for our federal workforce. I had people in the White House who were pregnant who didn't have access to paid leave. So we want to keep people attached to the workforce, yet when they have an important life event like a child, we create an impossibility for that. Some people don't even have access to unpaid leave if they're part-time workers. And so that, and then we also put in place the national tax credit for workers making under $72,000 a year, where employers could then offer it to their workers. That was also part of tax cuts. So, part of it is really taking the arguments as to why this is good, smart, well-designed policy to people. And, it was one of my big surprises that on certain policy issues that I thought would have been well socialized, the policies that existed were never shared across the aisle. So people just lived with them, maybe in hopes that one day they would have the votes to get exactly what they want. But I was surprised by how little discussion there was. So I think it is be willing to have those tough discussions with people who may not share your viewpoint, and be an active listener when they point out flaws and they have suggestions for changes. Not believing that you have a monopoly on good ideas. And I think there has to be a lot of humility in architecting these things, and a policy should benefit from that type of well-rounded input.
Yeah, be able to see, like I said, well-designed policies. Because probably like the details are important too. Like there's just like with architecture, and you walk the rooms. There's probably really good designs of policies, like economic policy that helps families, that delivers the maximum amount of money or resources to families that need it, and is not a waste of money. So like that, there's probably really nice designs there, nice ideas that are bipartisan that has nothing to do with politics. Has to do with just great economic policy, just
Yeah.
great policies, and that requires listening.
Where's trust too? Like I learned tax cuts was really interesting for me because I met with so many people across the political